Man, you all really like this excavate bit, huh? Yeah. I see you. Yo, by the way, is this dual stream working? I know it's working on Twitch. Wait, it says my YouTube should be working. Link your YouTube? Well, it's not on my main YouTube. It's on my, like, baby YouTube. It's on my... I have a channel called Maximum Vods with 500 subs. It's on that one. Also, I'll try to, I'll definitely, I'll try it on my main account. On YouTube, like, for, like, a big stream and see how many viewers I get. I could see it being pretty good. The only thing is, I'm never going to look at that chat once. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, which there are 5 of you for some reason, just know I will never speak if you type in there, ever. I will never respond to you. I thought about doing some kind of combined chat, but to be honest with you, I hate that idea. I hate the idea of either on YouTube or Twitch, you're seeing a conversation happen that you can't see. I just think that sucks, so just watch my Twitch if you want to do that. Purely for VOD purposes. But you guys, Twitch chat, or Twitch, like, quality seems normal. It's like, sounds normal, looks... Well, I mean, you're looking at a fucking starting soon screen, but... It does say my... It says warning. Wait, my YouTube thing's giving me a warning. That's good. Let's see what it's saying. What's my warning? The current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Oh, I don't give a fuck, YouTube. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, YouTube. If there's going to be any bitrate problems, I doubt there's any bitrate problems. It's definitely, don't think there's going to be any bitrate I mean, I'm giving off, 7.5K bitrate to both. And right now, I'm not dropping any frames, so. Oh, dude, one thing that's kind of nice about dual streaming is anytime I'm like lagging out and you have to guess whether it's Twitch's servers or you'll just know instantly. Because sometimes like a Twitch server just like dies. It's really hype. It's really hype when it does that. Are you straight streaming to both or using a service? I'm straight streaming to both from a plugin in OBS. I looked at some of those restreaming services and I want to avoid them unless I absolutely have to use them. Because I heard it like increases your delay, and I would hate that really bad. I would really hate to get delay. Brother, where is the post? I need the... Guys, I don't release the post. The only reason I know there's a post today is because they said there's a post. And they waited for me to go literally play a hockey game and then come back before they released it. That was so sweet of them. Guys, you can't... That's not what the caught emoji means. I'm not caught. I didn't... I don't know anything. Tally said you have the post. That is a dangerous lie. I don't know why he's saying that. Fuck. By the way, what the fuck does Tally know, huh? This song fucking bangs so hard. I've been posting it as my stream intro for like a couple weeks now, and it's I don't get tired of it. It's just good. All right. Anyways, I'm going to. I gotta finish my snack before I forget to eat, and then I'll go live. On my way to consume plastic. Bro, you guys are so stupid. Get out of here. All right, let's go live. Let's go live. I bet they'll release the post. All right. Everything look normal? Everything look good? Wait, you guys did a hat bet? Get destroyed. No hatters? All right, does everything look normal on my camera? Any YouTube viewers that can help me? Do I look like a normal human? I'm gonna move around a little bit. I look good? I'm dual streaming for the first time. I don't know if it does it look like shit? No, but that's just you. No, okay, guys. This is not an opportunity to insult my appearance. I'm asking, like, does it look fine, like the feed? Wait, let me pull. I can pull it up. Here. How do I look? Let's see. Oh. Oh, it looks totally normal. All right, great. Great. Let's fucking go. That's hype. All right. We can see how fucked you look in incredible detail. Yeah. Dude, do you guys talk to other people like this in your life, or is this like where you like get that out of your system? That's crazy. That's fucking insane, man. That's fucking wild, bro. Max, can you just stop reading these weird comments? Dude, every streamer in here knows what I'm talking about. But, like, it is almost impossible to not do that. Like, when your chat is just flying and you're browsing it, your eyes will always fixate on the thing. All right, so now that I'm live, let's refresh Blue Tracker and get some news. Nope. Wowhead, maybe? I feel like Blizzard is not getting the memo here. I am live. Let me message Mr. Blizzard real quick. I am live. Max, what time does the update come out? I know Skarzard told you when you guys were sitting in the front row at an LA Kings game. That was 6 months ago. That was more than 6 months ago. This meeting wasn't even scheduled. That was a hell of a time. Dude, you want to know how based Skarzard is, by the way? He bought an OG Rob Blake jersey. Kings jersey, like the old jerseys. At that game. That's a fucking... That is a cultured selection. Is the news confirmed or is it just from Tally? Here's what we're going off of, okay? Where's the This Week in WoW? Here we go. Max, is the stuff today related to you being hype as fuck for stuff? I have no idea. I have no idea what they're announcing today. And I know you guys are like, oh, well, yeah, I bet you don't. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I hope it's that shit, because that would be really cool, but I have no idea what it's going to be today. I'm just as excited as you. And I didn't go live late because I knew it was going to be late. I had a hockey thing this morning. Like here. Okay, so this is from the beginning of the week, right? Today's March 14th on Thursday. It said like, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get some Dragonflight Season 4 dungeon changes. And that was whatever, right? And then it was like March 14th. That's today. Development update article. Right? And this might not even be... Is this like... I don't even know if this is retail specific. Is this article retail specific? I think it is. The rest of this is retail. So it's like related to retail development update. That's today, guys. What's the name of Max's VOD channel on YouTube? It's literally Maximum Vods. So yeah, if you guys are watching this tomorrow... and you're like, I have a ton of VOD watchers. I didn't realize it until I was streaming at the race. And during the race, I do the audio splitting thing where I can listen to whatever I want and then it doesn't go to my VOD because I like to listen to my own music during race and stuff. But then for like the 3 days after the race, I was still at the event and I was streaming and like the VOD watchers were like, dude, it's so awkward when there's no music on the VOD. And there was so many people saying this. So I was like, I just didn't even realize how many I had. I also, at one point during the race, was not publishing my VODs. So people couldn't like steal shit. And then this was like a couple years ago. And I remember like not having it on and I was getting DMs every day. So the goal here is not to like dual stream to YouTube. I think that's interesting if I actually dual streamed from like my regular account. Guys, okay, yeah, good bit. Yeah. So the VOD watching experience is just better on YouTube than it is on Twitch. So I'm using dual streaming, so it's automatically uploading my VOD to YouTube every day. That's the only reason I'm doing it. That being said, my YouTube does really, really well in the alpha and beta season, just as well as my Twitch audience, and I might try dual streaming just on my regular YouTube channel, right? Like just the maximum YouTube channel, and see if that increases my reach at all. It's weird. Dual streaming, I don't think dual streaming is that good for growth, really. Because, like, you're never going to grow as a streamer from, like, zero, right? You need to, like, do well on TikTok or YouTube or something and then translate that into Twitch. That's true with, like, everyone in current age. But I think if you have a moderately successful YouTube like I do, I think, like, for example, here's, like, the thought process, right? Let's say you're someone who's not going to go on Twitch and you're just browsing YouTube and you're like, all right, what's on my YouTube, right? And then you like see a Maximum video and it says live. You might be like, oh, I haven't caught his stream live before. And then you click his thing and then you're like, now you're a stream viewer where you would have otherwise never been, right? So I think that's the idea. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this Grom video is, but like that's I think the idea. So maybe that'll be good. Like we'll mess with it. But for now, it's just to the Vods channel, so the Vod watchers have a thing. Would it be easy for me to stream to my main YouTube channel, but then not have the video saved there and just have it be on the Vod channel? Or do I have to stream to all three? I don't know. This is a new frontier. I have no idea how this shit works. Rip Titanforge? Yeah, dude, it's the last day of the Titanforge podcast. Super sad. Dude, I was sad with my own podcast this week because I always listen to our podcast back to see what we can do better. And this specific podcast, I talked so much. I just went on so many monologues and I didn't even realize it during the time. But I felt so bad after listening to it. I literally apologized to Dratnos and Dorky. Both of them were like, I didn't feel talked over. And I was like, bro, I feel like I'm talking way too much. So I'm like, I'm just not going to speak for like the next few podcasts. I was super depressed yesterday because I always struggle with that. Like every day my stream is like, is a solo podcast, right? Like my stream is probably best described as a solo podcast, right? So it's really hard for me to transition from that into a group podcast. Because when it's working well, that dynamic between those three people are really, really good. But I have to like break myself out of it. I have to like force myself to not talk. It's so hard. Anyways, I was super depressed yesterday because I like opened up the YouTube video and like multiple people pointed it out and it was getting hella upvoted and I just felt like a pile of shit. That's why I did. Well, there's a couple reasons I didn't stream yesterday, but that was one of them. Pile of shit, wide walk. Yep. Wait, you should look at Tim the Tatman's channel and look at where the VODs go and see if you like that. Why specifically Tim the Tatman? But okay. Tim the Tatman. So wait, how does it? So none of his actual videos show up here, but if he's live, it just goes in the live tab. So I guess this has all of his VODs. So I guess I don't even need a VOD channel, right? Couldn't I just stream to my regular YouTube channel and then like, my VODs are in the live thing? I feel like that's 10 times better than a VOD channel. What is the benefit of a VOD channel? Bro, I don't know. Frank just told me to make one. Okay, yeah, I'll fix that after this stream. I'll like upload this stream into that and then yeah. So now we're just blaming Frank? Yeah, I am just low-key, yeah. Okay, so we'll do that then. All right, so where's this fucking dev post? Huh? All right, now I'm starting to get mad. Now I'm live. There's been people that have been up since 10 a.m. waiting for this post. And I feel for them, but like, where the fuck is this post now? I'm about to start excavating. Come on. What do you mean we've been waiting for 5 hours? Bro, y'all had nothing going on today to where you've been waiting for a post from Blizzard to do anything. You could have just done anything else. You could have done literally anything, and then you heard that it got posted, and then you reacted to it. Come on, guys. We gotta... Actually, no, that's pretty normal, actually. I would have done the same thing. Mr. GM still awake? Get mad. Dude, I'm really excited for Monday. On Monday, there's a PoE 2 event in LA. And I'm only going because Ben said he was going. And I'm just going to play PoE 2, and it'll be fun, I guess. Get like an early look at it. But there's going to be I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of ARPG content creators there that I know of and have played with in other games and stuff. And I'm going to be able to meet them for the first time, so that'll be fun. Oh, Preach is there. That's fun. I haven't seen him since he was in LA for that Blizzard interview thing a couple years ago. Meeting Shroud? I don't think Shroud is going to that. I've also met... I've been to Shroud's house. Yeah, yeah. His name is Mike, not Preach. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that. He sat in his tub. I have not sat in his tub, no. Shroud never goes to conventions outside of dodging you at BlizzCon. Dude, I forgot about that. That was actually super fucked up. At least in his defense, he does hate going to conventions, and he showed up. He did show up on SFan's stream, and he specifically was like, where is Max? And SFan said, I don't know. But instead of inquiring any further than that, he just leaves. Fucking hell yeah. Max, are you reading the YouTube chat? Definitely not. I'm gonna need to put some kind of disclaimer on my YouTube stream that says, like, your chat will not be read here. If you want to type to me, go to Twitch. There's some world where... There's some world where I can have, like, a mixed chat thing. I really don't want to do that. Like, I really, really, really don't want to do that. Because I feel like I don't want anyone not able to see a conversation. Like, because you guys aren't seeing the other chat. So I just feel like it's super weird. I'm just going to only... Plus, let's be real for a second. Twitch chat is just 10 times better than YouTube chat, right? So, like, let's just chill over. Let's just stay over here. Look, like let's go to my stream right now. I don't even know where it is. View my channel live. Okay, I'm live right now, right? 74 are watching for some reason. Oh, fuck, they can hear me. But, like, this, look at this. Like, what is this? Like, there's nothing... Like, if you were to type caught or whatever, it would just be nothing. Yeah, shit. YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube player is insane. I don't know how Twitch hasn't done this, but, like, the fact that you can just be watching a Twitch stream, and if you want to, if you're like, oh, I just missed something, the fact that you can just rewind by 20 seconds real quick is just a million times better than clicking on a Twitch VOD and waiting for it to update after a few minutes. Like, it's insanely better. I don't know how Twitch hasn't done that yet. I have premium, so I'm dodging Twitch ads by watching on YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty value, actually. That's pretty value. So if you're a lurker and not a chatter, I feel like YouTube, if you already have YouTube Premium, is better. But, I mean, you could also have Twitch Turbo, and it's the same thing. But YouTube Premium is probably more value because you could, if you only watch a few streams and they're dual streaming on YouTube, you can avoid ads there, plus every YouTube video you watch. Could be insane value. Or you could have Turbo and YouTube Premium and just give your money to our capitalist overlords. Or ad block, yeah. Yo. Okay, it'll definitely be posted by at least 5. Dude, it actually was really sweet that they waited until I got online. Max, we already played this song today? You're right. Let me, I also, I guess since I'm on YouTube, I need to really play some DMCA free stuff. I don't know how that works. Like, if I upload my whole VOD to YouTube and it's monetized, if I play DMCA music, does it just get, like, I just lose all my money for that video or something? I don't know how it works. Frank knows how it works. So I need to be super careful with that then. You think Ludwig got shot a few times? I mean, I have this app called Pretzel, and it's supposed to, like, play, you know, like, music that is... I think you can even set it to be, yeah, YouTube safe. But I'm pretty sure some of this stuff has gotten shot sometimes, too. Let's try some ambient music. Wait. All right, this isn't the vibe, actually. That's it. I'm not trying to listen to Pond Scene. There's got to be some, like... Where's, like, synthwave? There's got to be, like, a synthwave thing on here, right? That's great music to just yap to. I feel like DMCA free synthwave music might be kind of rough. What is it? Can you get some info to Blizzard about an invisibility and non-targetable bug related to this Hearthstone event? No. I don't know why sometimes chatters do that. They come in here and they're like, hey, Max, I need you to specifically report this bug to Blizzard. I'm not gonna... Come on, man. I have seen the Echo guys in the Race World First Discord keep bringing up that some people are, like, super abusing... People are abusing Torghast powers in... They used to be doing it in Mythic Raid, and people are doing it in Dungeons, too. I don't know if that was happening today. But they've been reporting it for like months in there, and I don't know if Blizzard's been able to stop it yet. Someone killed Mythic Fireack on December 5th with Torghast powers. Dude, how are people figuring that out? It's kind of insane. Like, dude, this is... I don't want to be disrespectful, but like... Like, this is trash. Like, I don't want to listen to this. Like, how do I'm on the long quest to find music that I can have on in the background so I don't go insane when I'm just yapping on my stream, but also have it be DMCA free and not horrible. Unfortunately, that is much harder than you'd think. Make your own. Night mode? What the hell is night mode? What is night mode? Night mode music? Night mode music. Are you guys listening to this song? Maybe it's just this song. Maybe it's just this one. That's another thing that I hate about this service is they also have it. Let's just say there's only one song in the playlist that's like that one we just listened to that's terrible, and then you can't skip it. Like, if you right click and you're just like skip song, dislike, there used to be an option where it was like remove song from playlist, and none of it worked. If you guys remember, it was like a year ago, and I would listen to one of these playlists, and it actually had a song in there that was randomly like construction noises. It was a few songs from the same album of just random like pipes and things hitting the ground, and it was so strange, and I could never get it off the playlist, but I liked the rest of it. Now this thing offers a pro version. Let me see if I can show you what that is like. So I had to stop getting the pro version. It was only $15 a month, but then some point, and it like let you get access to some songs that they like paid for the rights for. But then something changed in their deal, and pro went from costing $15 a month to like almost $2,000 a month. And I don't know why, but they like, well, the reason why is because they like scaled the pro agreement based on how big your channel was, and like how big, it's not inflation. It was like how big your channel is like how big of a risk they're taking having you play this music, right? Because like if you acquired the rights to some songs that are not DMCA free, like if you have a bigger channel, that would cost you more money. Like that's kind of how that works. So obviously I didn't pay that because that's like what the fuck. But also that makes the music on here way worse. No, it sounds like they added a couple extra zeros. No, I heard it happened to a lot of other people too. Like the premium initially was, or the pro for this was not based on your channel size. But then eventually it started becoming based on your channel size because of how their business model works. And then it was just like just a completely unrealistic thing. Just hire a live band to play music for your stream. That seems like a realistic thing too. Yeah. Dude, also, I noticed Frank posted a new video of mine today. Where is it? It was like a cut from my stream the other day called "What is Going On with Season 4," and it's doing the video is doing really well for how long it's been out. It was like I think #1 of my last 10 videos. I think I had a good yap on Tuesday too. Was it Tuesday? So that's good. So that's there if you guys missed Tuesday's video. I just actually rambled for 40 minutes, but I listened to it back and it was pretty good. Dude, you know what else I realized? I realized that Asmongold's, like, how he appears to people who play WoW is, like, almost villainous because he's just, like, seemingly always complaining. But I realized a lot of people don't watch his stream and way more people watch his YouTube content. And I actually watched the beginning of one of his streams for the first time in an extremely long time. And it was him going over that dungeon post on Tuesday. And he was actually pretty positive about it and gave a lot of good takes. But you know what? It didn't go up on YouTube, though. Like, I think his editors paint that, I mean, probably for the sake of viewership, they paint that picture of him to other people. I even looked, and stuff he talked about later on that stream was turned into a YouTube video. Right? But if it isn't negative, they're just not going to post it because it isn't going to get as much numbers. And while that is very good for YouTube viewership because people love negative things, if you wonder about Asmongold's perception within a lot of the people who actively still play retail WoW, it's pretty bad. And I think his editors are a large part of it. Like, the thumbnails, the titles are extremely aggressive in that way. And then also, anytime he's actually positive about the game, they just don't even post it. So I had kind of a revelation that, like, his editors give him a super, super bad look within retail players. What is it? I mean, yeah, but he still says... I mean, yeah, sometimes he has really, really bad retail takes, but sometimes he has pretty normal retail takes. Like, I end up agreeing with him a lot, but no one cares about that. They just care about the disagreement and the negativity. And if his editors are only worried about making money and getting big views, they know that the positive stuff isn't going to sell. And I have no idea what his editor's agenda is. It's possible they're, like, really anti-WoW, so, like, that's the stuff that resonates with them. But, I mean, even if they're purely just focused on numbers and money from YouTube, and I'm sure they make money off of it, they know what to post with his market to get a bunch of viewers, right? And they know what to title it, and they know what to put as the thumbnail. That's all. It's not a huge deal. It's just I had kind of put most of that blame for me personally on him. But after, and I almost never listen to that guy's content, but I did randomly listen to it, and it sounded pretty normal. And it was like, oh, I wonder what people's response to this is on YouTube. And it's like, oh, it doesn't go on YouTube. And then I just had a moment of revelation, like, oh, the only time he's getting posted on YouTube, which is most of his engagement, is going to be just the extremely negative stuff. What is it? Do good takes cancel out bad takes? Frank says no, but it gives you context to where it's coming from. If one person has only negative takes about a game, you can filter them out, but if they're nuanced at all, maybe it's worth listening to. Yeah, exactly right. Like if you only listen to someone doom and gloom and give very little context, you're just like, okay, like what's going, like this is just irrelevant. But if you know that they have good takes or sometimes are fair, like if you consider them a fair, somewhat unbiased opinion, you can care more about what they're saying. So his editors, for the sake of money, I mean, if their job is to make money, they're doing their job, but that's coming at the cost of, there are costs with all that stuff. Like I remember this with Preach. You guys remember Preach made a video and it was like, I'm done with WoW? I'm sure all of you remember it because his thumbnail and his title was like, I'm done with WoW forever, WoW bad, right? But if you listen to that video, if you actually watched it, he's pretty fair with WoW. And he's like, yeah, I just think it isn't for me anymore. I'm going to give it a break, but I wouldn't mind coming back in the future. It was pretty neutral. But the title and the thumbnail were pretty aggressively negative because that's what gets clicks and views. But hey, as a creator, you have to live with that. So now if you hear people when Preach like starts playing WoW again, there's so much like random like Twitter and I'm assuming Reddit like hate. Like I know whenever Preach starts talking about WoW again, there's people all over my chat that are like, thought that guy was gonna fucking quit, huh? And like he never actually said, fuck WoW, I'm not playing this again. But that's really what his title and thumbnail made it seem like. And as a reality, if you're a creator and you're using clickbait thumbnails and titles to boost your video with negativity, you have to live with people thinking, and not everyone's going to watch your whole video and listen to every single nuanced take. They're going to take that at face value, right? You have to live with that, right? So there's two sides of it. It is completely fair for people to not listen to your video at all and think you're a WoW doomer if every title and thumbnail is alongside that, even if you're a much more nuanced person. That is what you're selling your soul to the devil to get some more views by giving people some crazy negative shit, even if that's not your take. Dev update dropped. Pog in parentheses. I'm definitely lying. Thank you, Kamehame Shah. I found some, I don't know if you guys paid attention to that discourse at all about Dragon Ball Z, because the creator of Dragon Ball Z died recently. RIP. And so they were playing a like rerun of Dragon Ball Z to like to honor him, right? But it was like the more recently done dub, not the OG one that everyone watched as a kid, which from what I could tell from Twitter discourse is like more faithful to the manga. Keep in mind, I don't know shit. I'd never read that. I don't read any mangas or anime, whatever, none of that. But like, just seeing people argue over like which dub was better is just like peak Twitter. Just no one's looking to be happy. No one's changing their mind. Everyone's just fucking causing chaos. Although I will say there, as bad as Twitter has been recently, there was something super good recently, and it was when TikTok was like getting voted on. So like this Twitter trend started of like, because I don't have TikTok, so I haven't seen many TikTok videos unless they make their way to Twitter. And it was the quote tweet was like, what's that one TikTok video is the reason that TikTok shouldn't be banned? Bro, I saw so many unbelievably funny TikToks. It made me be like, man, I should have had TikTok. Oh, I don't have it on purpose because I feel like I would be irresponsible with it and just be on it all the time. That's the reason I don't have it. But God, I saw that was fucking insane content. It was basically like not spending any of my life on TikTok in the last couple years, but I just got like a quick speed run of all the insane content on it. Oh, by the way, I want to give you guys an update. So remember how I told you guys on Tuesday's stream, I was kind of yapping after the like most of the content was over. But I was talking about how like I felt like social media is like ruining kids today and age. And then most people in chat were like, yeah, but then some people were like, I'm not sure. I've thought about this a lot, but like remember when we were young and like our parents were saying that TV would turn your brain to mush? I wonder if TikTok is just another thing that like a generation that didn't grow up with it doesn't understand. And it's just like old people complaining about the new thing. And if it's just that again. So I reached out to A friend of mine who I play hockey with, I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's really, really cool. And I actually asked him straight up about it. I was like, I was meaning to ask you something. If it's a super long answer, I can wait until our game this weekend. I was talking on my stream earlier about what social media appears to be doing to our youth, because it seems like they're just in an infinite dopamine farm and probably find it hard to concentrate. And then I had someone point out that that's exactly what old people used to say when we were kids about TV, blah, blah, blah. What do you think about it being up close to them? Am I just an old person complaining about technology I don't understand, or is it actually bad? And here's what he said. Normally, I say the old people saying those things are just old and crotchety, but on this subject, the social media feedback loop is so strong that it's akin to drugs. The addiction to look at your phone and disappear for minutes to hours is insane. I worked at a private school for 10 years, and they were very anti-technology, and the kids' attention span, quality of work, and happiness, which is somewhat subjective, were much stronger. He said, my public school right now is a fight where 30% of the students are content to fail my class, in parentheses, as long as I don't deny them access to their phones. And the level of toxic behavior is insane. A huge portion of my students have their primary account and then a troll account too. They try to entice their partners or others to see if they will flirt/cheat. Video games are addicting, but you actively engage the material. Social media is passive and the material is often harmful. So, and my only response to that was just Jesus. Like, it sounds like it is 10 times worse than what I thought from someone who's been teaching for a while, but... So yeah, the whole generation's fucking cooked. It's bad. Apparently, unless you are lucky enough to go to a school where they just don't allow you to be on your phones. Dude took your question and wrote a thesis. It was an amazing answer, though, wasn't it? I fucking love this guy. This guy's the shit. He's like one of my favorite people I've met in LA. Super cool. Oh, yeah, and then I just said, also, you just have to be in absolute hell having to bargain with them about how often they can look at their phones. I bet it's so much harder to meaningfully engage with them on something they find interesting when they have that times infinity anytime they open their phone. And then he just ended it with, it is hard. I try not to fight them on it because it is a lose-lose situation. Hurt personal relationship with student or have split attention. If the phones were gone, 20% more would pass and half would have a letter grade higher. Fucking crazy. And then he gave me another one today. This was totally unrelated. I got that answer yesterday, but I just didn't stream. Today, he randomly sent me, today is Pie Day. So the math department had a great idea to sell whipped cream pies. So basically, maybe you guys as gamers can know where this is going. So basically, a bunch of kids nailed each other on video and then exclaimed that they cream pied each other. The math department lacks in social awareness. Holy fuck. I mean, as soon as that started, I'm just like, yep, I know. I mean, the gaming community isn't far from that, so I already knew where that was going. I mean, we have had that as a call in our guild. Like a way to swap to an ad. We used many very interesting adjectives. Like, you guys remember in Castle Nathir where we called for people to power fuck the Larrys as a way, meaning to, like, pop your cooldowns and really own them? Yeah, we have definitely said, like, that ad has gotten cream pied before in the past. That's for sure. Been a couple years, but that existed for sure. Or someone saying, like, fill them up. That's what that means. This X-Pack was pissing constantly. Yeah, piss is in right now. Yeah, suck those ads. Sucking noises. Yeah, Atlas just has a problem. Like, Atlas just has a problem. Like, when someone says, like, suck that ad, he's just going to make that noise. It's really bad. He won't stop either. Check Atlas's Twitter. Oh, yeah. Didn't he post some thirst traps today? He's looking good. see. Atlas. Here it is. Gym dump. Oh, he's got the fucking mustache going. He's got... Yeah, the mustache is going crazy. This is him. I'm assuming that's a lot of weight. How much is that? Is that... Are those 45s? It's hard to tell based on every gym. Because, like, some gyms will have weights that look like that, but they're 10 pounds. I think it's 315. I mean, he wouldn't have tweeted it if it wasn't. But he's, like... He's not struggling with 315. He's fucking... He's whipping that shit. He's chilling. Yeah, And then he linked that. Yeah, I kind of fuck with the mustache with him. It looks good. I didn't I think that's a new thing. Atlas trying to act normal when his girlfriend came to raid is my all-time favorite bit. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he's so. He really likes her though. We've gone through many Atlas girlfriends in the last 5 years or so, but I think the current one he's with, he really likes her. We went bowling after one of these races. He brought her, and that like would never happen before. And he was like introducing. He was like, "I want you to meet her." It was so sweet. Has the dev post not dropped yet? Nah. Imagine you said he really hates her, though. Well, I mean, that would be insane. Dude, just imagine they wrote dev update and, like, I don't know, something at work goes wrong and they have to delay the update or something. But, like, it sucks for them because there's just, like, people online with thousands of viewers, probably tens of thousands combined, that are just like, where dev update? You guys can't just delay stuff, huh? Wait, Atlas is in here? What did Atlas say? I got told to tune in and heard slanderous things. What do you mean fucking slanderous things? I didn't slander you at all. Dude, okay, I'm not even going to say anything. Just go on my Twitch VOD and watch the last, like, 3 minutes, and you retune into my stream and tell me you think that I fucking slandered you. I was fucking pumping you up. Don't fucking type caught. I'm not caught. I didn't do anything. I was the opposite of slandering you. I don't know what the opposite of that means, but... Max, did you see T&E's thumbnail for their YouTube stream today? Okay. So, before I answer that, I want you to think what the answer to that is before I answer it. Like, just before... Like, I know you asked it real quick, but, like, just think whether you think there's the most remote chance in the world that I saw fucking T&E's thumbnail before. That's fucking insane. Like, of course not. One guy cream pied. Okay. We're actually, I know sometimes I'm like, we're not doing this and I'm playing into the bit and you're like, no, we're doing this. We're actually not doing that. We're not, that one is not getting it. That is not turning into a stream bit. I'm denying that. That is not happening. Over under on the patch being just shadow dropped. That is not what over under means, but I respect the reference. I'm just gonna refresh Blue Tracker until it shows up. Get creamed, bozo. You guys realize that that entire thing came from a few anecdotes from a teacher talking about how stupid high schoolers are, and then you all, without fail, are like, that's me. Let's fucking go. Come on, man, let me in. Guy, you know what's so hype, dude? They said that 10.2.6 is coming out this month, and then alpha and beta is next month, or alpha is next month. I'm assuming alpha comes out. Wasn't there an expansion where they skipped the entire alpha phase publicly, and it just started in beta? That was one of the last couple, right? So I don't know if it'll be alpha or beta next month. They have done that many times. Yeah. Dragonflight had an alpha. Whatever it is. It's been a while. I guess they could do that. Max, scroll down a bit. Okay. I would very much appreciate the $14 an hour intern hitting send on the post, please. Is that a good rate for an intern? I guess it depends on where you live. Like, if you're a college student working somewhere for a summer, is $14 an hour good or bad? Well, aren't some interns unpaid? I just remember when before I started streaming, I was making like $12 an hour. And where I lived at the time, we were hard vibing. But in California, that would be not hard vibing. Back in 1992. Come on, guys. I'm a young buck. I wasn't even born in 1992. I was just a twinkle in my dad's eye at that point. Damn, you are a child? Okay, I don't even know whether to take that as a compliment because you guys always call me old all the time. So that's like denying that. But then you're also like, the only time we've been talking about children today, we've been talking about how they're acting in high school right now, and it's a bad look. So I don't know exactly which side of the fence I want to be. I don't know if I want to embrace being old as fuck or to just further distance myself from the kids nowadays. God, this sounds old as fuck, right? Like what I'm doing right now. Like, these damn kids. I'm like out on my lawn right now. I've gone back and watched the VOD and come to the conclusion that Franck is on fraud watch, by the way. That's what I'm saying. So you went back and watched that. So Franck was the one that told you that I was slandering you? That actually, dude, Franck is on fraud watch. That's an actual COD emote. Type COD right now, you little bitch. Type it right now. I don't want to hear anything else. He said, I quoted you word for word. Wait, what did I say about Atlas where you quoted it? It sounded slanderous. What was the word for word? So you took me out of context. You fucking director's cut me then. Max, do you still play Balatro? No, I haven't played it in a week or two. Good game, though. He changed the delivery of we've been through many Atlas girlfriends. Oh, I mean, that's the part that I guess you could take the most slanderous through there, but that's also true. I don't even know if a lot of them were girlfriend stage, but we were there. Wait, what is hopeful sussy? Mentioned monitored suspicious user. Dude, he gets that in my chat sometimes because I share, like on Twitch, you can share ban information with a few streams, and I think it only exists for us because of the race. But you can like share ban. I share ban information with Fired Up, and he gets banned in Fired Up stream like all the time. I don't know why. I think it's like a channel point thing. So like randomly when he's banned in Fired Up's chat, he like it shows up with monitored suspicious user, which is really funny because I only share ban information with like Fired Up stream and Team Liquid stream. So if you've been banned rightfully in Fired Up or Team Liquid stream, they're usually just like some fucking crazy EU like haters from the race, right? And if you look at what they type and you look at their chat history, it's some wild shit, right? So like the funny thing is like 100% of those people are just vile, and then it's just also hopeful if you look at the like suspicious user tag. So it's definitely a bad look. If you're getting banned and Fired Up stream, you're either turbo fucking weird or you're hopeful. Yeah. Like, could you imagine like someone hating NA so much during the race that they go and Fired Up stream and like get banned? How can you hate Fired Up? Max, lead software engineer, tweeted 20 minutes ago, Orlando Salvat. Why did you say their name in quotes? Isn't that Kirby? Kirby Owl? I met that guy. Wait, there's a new... Wait, what is this? Frank Rat? Yo! That is a fucking insane... Let's fucking go. That's a good one. Look, okay, someone in chat spelled Frank Rat wrong. Why don't you guys make a 7TV emote of them misspelling the actual phrase like you do with me? Why is it just me? I fucking hate guard. I don't even know how I goofed that. I guess F is one letter away from D. Max, check emote ideas on Discord. Okay. What? Oh, man, bald. Nah, that's not good enough. Dude, did we add Nah? Did we add Nah? The one with the wheelchair and the skeleton? Yeah, we did. Max, would I get banned if I yelled the post is up? Dude, like hundreds of people have done that so far. Max Zorbrix tweeted. New tweet, the post is up. Well, I can't tell if you guys are baiting me now. All right, so Twitter Zorbrix. Eating lunch today at 4:30 p.m. Today is a normal day. Hi, hello, how are you? Okay, so that was 1 minute ago. And he's well, Zorbrix does more things now. Yeah, he got promoted to lead game producer, but I know that he is always... he's pretty well known for doing server stuff. Like, he'll let you know how the servers are doing. He's not like a server engineer as far as I know, but he's like, that's something that falls under what he does. So that him eating lunch at 4:30 p.m. today kind of implies that a lot of stuff is going wrong, right? Like server issues. Well, server issues wouldn't really prevent you from posting a dev update, right? And the people who are in charge of the community managers and whatever developers are behind the dev update shouldn't have anything to do with server issues, right? Oh, you guys think he's saying that 4:30 p.m. is when the post is coming out because that's when he's saying he's eating lunch. I mean, the main reason everyone is just maybe do this. Do you know it's gonna be really funny is if this dev post is like an absolute miss. Like here's the This Week in WoW, right? Development update. The thing is like everyone knows that 10.2.6 is coming soon because they confirmed it's coming out in March, and there's only 2 Tuesdays left for when that can even come out. So I think people are or like people are fiending for season 4 info, and they're definitely wondering what the fuck 10.2.6 is. But wouldn't it just be because that's why everyone's sitting around? But just imagine the dev update is for something just completely insignificant. And it just has nothing to do with this. And people sat around waiting all day. Oh my god, it'd be so funny. Yeah, some pet battle shit. Some Season of Discovery news. Well, I think, as far as I can tell, I think this is retail only. But the thing is I know in this Week in WoW stuff, they have referenced classic stuff before. And WoW kind of is all-encompassing within retail and classic at this point. And I think everything mentioned here is specifically retail. Like, there's not a single thing that involves classic as far as I can tell. Right, this is all retail stuff. I don't know. I'm kind of... this isn't actually true because I hope there's some nice, cool info to go over, but I am... And the agent of chaos inside of me hopes this dev update is completely unrelated to Season 4 or 10.2.6 or the War Within, and it's just the most basic update of all time. But I mean, if it was that, they wouldn't post it, right? So we're definitely getting some good info. I do not know. I do not know what this is about. Right, I have no idea what this dev update is supposed to be about. I'm in the same spot as you. Actually, I want to say that I've never known what was going to happen in an announced dev update ever. Like, in the past, I've had some, like, for the Race World First Guilds, usually know patch dates before they're announced because we need to, like, schedule these very, very expensive events and stuff. But you don't know exactly what they're talking about. We've known what some things are. Like, we've gotten some increased notice, but we have no idea when they're announcing them to the public. And a lot of the times when they're coming out as well. Selfie camera. Have taking selfies kind of fallen off a little bit? Actually, probably not. Everyone just has their phones now. How else are you going to do it? .2.6 is in 35 minutes calling it. Oh, you think they're going to... You think the dev update isn't an article about 10.2.6? You think they're just going to be like, and here it is, log in? I mean, that would be kind of insane. They could do that. That would be peak insane. Just such a random day. I guess it's like kind of before a weekend. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to convince myself that that could be what it is. Because why else would they be so dead set on solving these server issues before announcing whatever they're announcing? Because, like, why would server issues even kind of matter for a development update? That would be insane. And EU, oh yeah, EU would be mad. Dude, just stay mad, though. All regions are moving to same-day release. That's what server upgrades are. That'd be fucking hype, dude. That would be so hype. That would take the race to the... I think, like, up until this point, like, having the race at different time zones has definitely caused a lot of chaos, but it has also helped market the race a lot, purely because the race is live 24 hours versus If from the very beginning it was global release, it would have only been live for, 14 to 16 hours, and then it would have 8 hours of downtime every day. But now that the race has grown, I think it would increase the popularity fucking insane. It would go crazy. And obviously as a competitor, that's the first thing you want. But we're huffing insane copium that's what they're doing. Hearthstone event part 2. Oh, dude, speaking of that, I need to log in and get my cards. Although that event is kind of stinky. It was kind of fun for a little bit. I logged on and I'm like, this is stupid. And then I started doing it a little bit and I'm like, okay, I can kind of, you got to like kind of guess what the cards do. You got to learn. Definitely doesn't seem super put together though. Max, if Blizzard released a mini raid, would you and Echo actually compete, or do you need more notice? Like, if they released one today in this dev update, like, log on? Or do you mean, like, if they announce that one is coming soon? I mean, one of the things that we talked about with Echo when we were kind of mending some fences at BlizzCon is... I mean, this is definitely... They're in more of this situation than us, but even us, like, we need to provide value, and we need to find ways to, provide value to make sense for the money that Liquid is paying us, where Echo is making their own money, so they need more opportunities to make money in general, because the EU market isn't as good for advertising, and because they're their own org, right? But like, we need to find ways to make money to survive. So if there was some kind of mini raid, then I think it would make a lot of sense to like try to line up starting at the same time and doing some kind of joint broadcast. That could be fun. I think it would have to be hard enough. Like, I mean, it's weird. We've seen mini raids in the past, and like only Crucible of Storms would be hard enough for that to really make sense. And I mean, Trial of Valor would have been fun too. But like, what happens if it's super easy and like we wait for Echo and someone else kills it? Someone else just goes right through. It would just ruin all the suspense. Like, because like I could also see the idea of making a mini raid and having it not be hard, right? Yeah, ID just goes in and like slams it. Because that's the nice thing about mini raids is there's not a lot of gearing. There's not like a big gearing blitz. You just kind of go in game. It's almost time. It is 1 minute away from when Zorbrick said he's eating lunch today. Release it. Dude, I don't like the emojis. I want to be serious. I like that he's like talking about when he's eating lunch. It could be completely innocuous, and then just someone's like, release it. I'm not fucking kidding. Like, release it right now. He still has 2 hours. I mean, there's 30 more minutes left in Blizzard's workday today. I think Blizzard is currently on a 1-3-1 schedule. I think most of their employees are in office Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and work from home Monday and Friday. Or I don't know if those are the exact days, but I think they go to the campus 3 out of 5 days. So, I mean, but they can do a lot of the stuff from home too. So they're dropping it as they walk out the door. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they would have just released this at 10, this development update could have been anything. But the fact that it's taking all day, and with the mystery surrounding 10.2.6, and the want for more info about Season 4, it almost is adding so much suspense that this has to be something big. Because, like, there's just no way if this was a throwaway article that they would just be launching it at 10. Or they would just be launching it earlier, right? Like, they forgot. I promise you they didn't forget. Because this seems directly related to this. Yeah. If it's a nothing burger, I'm going to laugh. Yeah, me too. All right, it is 4:30. Let's spam refresh. Because that actually does make it show up faster. Max, you ever played Risk of Rain 2? I haven't, no. Dude, I feel like interest in alpha and beta is going to be huge. The fact that I have 5,000 people sitting here after I went live an hour and a half late today to fucking read some random development update that none of us even know what it is going to be a good alpha and beta season. The hype around WoW is at a all-time high. Probably just from BlizzCon. Chris Metzen was a fucking rock star. Dude, I wish I had stage presence like Chris Metzen. Or like at all. Could you imagine what that must feel like to just be on a stage in any medium, as a musician, as a whatever, right? And just like know that like whatever you say, everyone's gonna cheer. That's gotta be a fucking euphoric feeling. Crazy, crazy feeling. All right, refreshing again. Something must be bugged. Something must be bugged. Dude, I'm starting to believe that they're not releasing shit today. I'm trying to think when was the last time that Blizzard released, when's the latest that Blizzard released major news? It was in the alpha beta cycle last time, but I believe there was a tuning post that was at like 8 p.m. Pacific time, which is 3.5 hours from now. Dev announcement that Max was hired on the raid design team. Unfortunately, I can never do that because then I wouldn't be able to do race stuff. I would love to do that though. I would love to not really give any input, but I would love to just go to Blizzard headquarters, which I've been to before. Like I've met a lot of these people, but I would love to just be a fly on the wall and see how they work. Not make any money, just observe them, see how they think. I think that'd be really fascinating for me. I wouldn't have any idea. Max, do you think you could design a cool raid boss? Maybe in time. Not now. I'm sure everyone that works at Blizzard would be like 10 times better than me at designing anything in games because I've never done it before. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. But I bet over time I could maybe come up with some cool ideas after doing a lot of it. Okay, so when Tally tweeted, "Hey Max, can you please come online so we can get our dev post?" This is proven to be bullshit, right? Like here, "Hey dude, can you please come online so we can get our dev post, please? We are fucking desperate." And then I quote retweeted it. "Going live, let's test this." An hour ago. So it's confirmed not true, right? Like confirmed fake news. Oh, wait, there we go. Wait. Hearthstone 10th anniversary event updates. Bro, imagine this is it. Imagine this is it. Wait, it does say development update. Oh my God, is this it? There's no way. There's no way. I don't think it is. There's no shot. There's no fucking way. That would be so funny. I actually hope this is it. I hope this is it. I'm going to tweet this. All right, got our update, boys. Time to hang it up. The time says 11:30 p.m. I think it's because I clicked on the EU version. Yeah. Right, doesn't it? Oh, it says 11:30 p.m. for both. I don't think that matters. Yeah, this isn't a developer's note. This is just like a random update. It would be very, very funny for this to be it. Like, really, really funny, but this is not it. Like, when they post at the beginning of the week, development update, it's going to be like some kind of development update. You know, they're not like, this post is a hotfix thing that they probably decided today. They certainly decided to make all of these changes since they made this post, right? Because this is about the thing that came out on Monday. It's not like they're like on March 14th, development update. We'll schedule something we think we're going to hotfix before we ever even know how this is taken, you know? So this is Max, you're overdosing. Guys, it's not Copia. This is not the fucking post. It would be very, very funny if this was the post, but it's clearly not. It's very funny timing, though. This is it. I'm content. Good update, guys. Yep. Good time. Max, how based would it be if the dev update is announcing which specs are getting reworked in War Within? I don't think that would be based at all. I think that's understood. Like, if your class, like, I think roughly half the classes had a spec or all the specs get, like, huge fresh coat of paint major changes to their trees from the beginning to the middle of the expansion, right? And then they stopped for a while. So I assume that, like, every single class that did not get that treatment, which is roughly half of the classes in the game, are going to get those in War Within. They don't have to announce that. Unless you mean, like, full-on rework, like Shadow Priests no longer have Shadow Orbs type shit. Like, you just have a new resource, like that kind of rework. I mean, that would just be pure guessing. Dude, they should just rework Shadow Priest again. Yeah. Just try it again. I think my really bad Shadow Priest take is that they should go back to how they were in BFA and have their dots matter again. But, like, I know why they changed that, and it's because, like, they were the most unbalanced thing ever. Because every single time they were really good on single target, and when you added a second target, when you have dots be that strong, they just become the best raid class. And they were just, like, the best raid class for a long time. But I don't know. I miss when dots were the main focus of all the dot classes. I feel like that made them feel different, gave them unique power. It's really hard to tune, but it just felt better for me. I want Surrender to Madness back. Yeah, Surrender to Madness is like one of the most fun playstyles to ever be in the game. I think Surrender to Madness is much harder to balance, though. Because it was like, if you were super sick, it was way better. Like, Blizzard likes doing stuff like this. Like, Inertia Demon Hunter is significantly more difficult to play super, super well than, like, no movement I-beam, like, cycle, or whatever it's called, where you just reduce the cooldown of your I-beam. But, like, they're pretty close to each other. Like, you could play the other one and be fine. But Surrender to Madness, there's such a skill gap that, like, it's impossible to tune, and it's going to be way too good, or it's going to be boring. And you can't make something that's super easy as good. It feels like impossible. Yeah, I don't know if this update is coming out. I mean, Blizzard said it's coming out today. So, and Blizzard never lies. They've never lied. So it's coming out today. I know it is. I know. Right, Ella? Look, do you guys think Ella thinks it's not coming out today? Look at this dog. Do you guys think Ella would be like this if there wasn't going to be a patch coming out? There's no... she knows. Ella's there a patch today? Yeah, she knows. Or not a patch, a post, not a patch. Sorry, I get mixed up. Or wait, was that not a mix-up? Do I know? No, I don't think there's a patch coming out today. That would be insane. Could you imagine they release a patch? I guess the 10.2.6 thing has been so different than anything else that they've done, like release-wise. But could you imagine they release it in the middle of the week and EU doesn't have it for another day? That would be so funny. Just get owned. Caught in 4K. Well, you'll only know if I was caught in 4K if they do release a patch today. Well, I mean, they're not going to release a patch today, I don't think. That's my guess. Max, scroll down on the Hearthstone anniversary post. There's a dev that says soon TM. Ooh. Development update where? Community manager soon TM. Real, true, not chat bait. Excuse me. So when? I mean, they close down work soon. Oh, dude, we got a monitored suspicious user in chat. Chat, what do you think he said? Look at this guy. Lord Windeer, which means this guy was banned in Team Liquid's channel or in Fired Up's channel. What do you think he did? Actually caught. Wait, he says he's never been... Oh, he has been banned only once in here before. Wait, on November 26th. What was going... Oh, he's a race viewer. Everything makes sense. Let's see what he said on November 26th. That's on the 25th. He looks so normal. I think he might have got caught in the crossfire. And now he's got the suspicious user tag for life. He probably got shotgunned. Well, I mean, he got banned in here, but I can't see what it was for. I need to see what he got banned for in Team Liquid's chat. Let's see. All right, I think it's Team Liquid. Let's see. Back to Twitch. Team Liquid. Open their chat. /user Lord_ Windeer. Oh, am I not a mod in here? Oh, I can't even tell. I don't think I'm a mod in Team Lucas chat. He lives another day. I am a mod, I can check. Why are you guys hawing me? Guys, imagine... Who cares about being a fucking mod? EU weirdo alert, EU weirdo. Give me the chat. Give me the chat message. Most of the time it's not that bad. I'm sure the mods get a great hourly rate. Bro, Franck made almost 10 bans the other month. And that's like before alpha beta season. And that's just for being a mod too. It's not for editing my YouTube videos. It's purely, that's just a mod paycheck. He posted it in your Discord. Oh, he's not super weird. He's just very typical EU esports viewer. NA Keck W, NA Keck W, that kind of shit. NA equals near airport kind of shit, like a LCS viewer in Worlds. Dude, the NA equals near airport is a insane bit. That's always been the best esports bit. What does that mean? Like, they'll say it at an event. I mean, it's the copy pasta they're posting in chat. NA, aka near airport, is known as the fastest region to arrive at the airport. Since they gave up on winning lands, they are investing in speedruns. In particular, the current world record holders in airport any percent and airport no wins. It's like you show up to a land and everyone flies in, right? But you're the first one to leave. Because NA, near airport. Get it? NA lost to EU at Worlds last year. It's all ogre for them now. Wait, I thought NA... Maybe I was wrong. I thought NA beat EU in the last League Worlds. Maybe that was 2 years ago. Dude, you know what? Speaking of League, I've seen Ben just playing League. Like, he had a stream yesterday called Do Not Watch This, and it's just him playing League Natty. That is when you know you are in the absolute dumps. You are in the dumps. Dude, although I do kind of want to do that as well. And I'm in the dumps, so... so there, I guess it all adds up. Yeah, but they... I've never played League, but League does seem fun. And then you start playing it, and you're like, nah. Just only play with friends and it's super fun. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's Diablo notes. Yeah, that's probably what it is. All right, quick refresh. Nope. Remember to drink water, boys. Take a big sip. We're going to be waiting around for a while. $11 minutes till update. You think it's coming right at 5? Shit, I just took a sip of M. Dude, didn't Dazer tweet something like that? Here it is. I tried every flavor of Monster Energy at the last race event, and Monster Gaming stocked me up with all my favorites. Wait, what did he get? He got... I'm not familiar with this. I've never seen the rain stuff. Java Monster. I mean, that's the white. The OG white monster is definitely the... That's that good shit. Yeah, we have like a whole fridge full of them at the race. This is what the fridge looks like outside of where we play. We got the whole rainbow. By the way, this one at the bottom. Oh, no, that's strawberry kiwi. There's one that looks just like this, and it's called Orange Dreamsicle, and it is the best one I've ever had, definitely. All right, guys, I've had enough. I've had enough. Man, this dev post better be sick. All right, let's do... What do we want to see from these dev posts here? Let me pull up a notepad. All right, what's the, like, number one thing? What do you guys want to hear? What's your number one thing from this dev post that would make you the most happy? Season 4, like, dungeon or... Just Season 4 PvE post, right? Like, how Season 4 is going to play. Is that before or after 10.2.6? I feel like there's a lot of... hype around 10.2. Well, not hype, maybe as much as confusion. It's kind of hard to be hyped around something you don't know what the fuck it is, but... Anticipation to find out what it is. Alpha date? You really think that's... I guess they could do like an alpha mega post, like alpha's coming out on this day and here's what you can expect, and then they just like link a bunch of shit. Maybe. I mean, the thing is we kind of know when alpha's coming, right? Like 10.2.6 they've announced is in March. We're halfway through March. And then Season 4 looks like it'll be like late April or early May. So you know that the war within Alpha is just in April. So like, you know that Alpha's coming out next month. They've posted that for like 4 months now. 5 months. So I don't feel like an Alpha date is super hype because you like already know when it's coming. New post on WoW Blue Tracker, real, not a lie. More Hearthstone updates. Yes. Oh wait, no, that's this one. New Zorb post. Wait, on Twitter. Okay, just finished my lunch. He's just fucking with us. That's literally it. Like, dude, what if this was just the most innocuous, normal post about talking about eating lunch and then mentioning he's finishing his lunch, and none of this has anything to do with the update? That would be hype. By the way, how's the old YouTube stream going here? I kind of forgot I was on it until right now. How many viewers do we got? Why are there 100 people watching a 600 sub random live? This makes... We chillin', he sees us. Okay, but are you guys watching this on YouTube instead of Twitch? Like you're a normal Twitch viewer and there's no ads, right? Like YouTube Premium gang? I guess that makes sense. Oh, wait, another one. Okay, this is not making me happy at all. Read it? Like, what do you want me to read? It's just like, yay, Hearthstone. Yay. Dude, I launched Hearthstone yesterday with the intention, or on Tuesday on stream, with the intention of playing a few, like, Hearthstone Classic things. Just to find out that they removed it. That's so sad. That's, like, the one part of the game I can relate to. And it's just gone. There's a secret message about the WoW update in the Hearthstone post. Where? I'm getting hard baited, but... This is good. Well, I guess the YouTube... What's nice is when you have your chat on your screen, even if you're watching on YouTube, and, like, no one would be chatting on YouTube for any reason, like, you can still see the chat on the screen, right? Oh, this is going to be, like, Inception. But you can see the chat. So it's not like the chat isn't there. That's actually, I mean, that's the best way to do it, I guess. New tweet from, I don't know who Muffinus is, but we're gonna search that. I need to be better at not randomly, what is it? Muffinus? He's one of the WoW devs. Yeah, I'm not, he tweeted, hi. I don't know if I've talked to this guy. Maybe. Max, look at the file name of the picture on the Hearthstone post. Okay, I'm going to do this because if you're baiting me about the file name of the picture on the Hearthstone post, that would just be the biggest reach of a bait. Like this one? How do you just save the pic? Let's see. Save image as. It's just random numbers. Oh, open image in a new tab. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. What next? Do you want me to inspect element? Now decode the numbers. Ah, yes. Dude, you know what? Someone had a great tweet the other day. It was about Nick Cage responding to him not making a National Treasure 3. And he was like, well, we won't be like discovering things with with Disney or whatever. So it's not going to be there. And then someone responded with something that I related to. It was like, dude, National Treasure could have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, but just have a clip of Nick Cage going, like, FDR's wheelchair is a map or something like that, and I'm 100% in, and I completely agree with that. I'd be so down. No matter how dog shit it is, I would watch a new National Treasure movie. This is such a good bit where they just keep posting this. It's time. Refresh, refresh. I am refreshing. I'm spamming it. I see it. Keep spamming. Maybe I'll look on Wowhead. New Warcraft tweet. Wait, legit Warcraft tweeted? Okay, so they posted what this assumes to be 10.2.6 is coming out on March 19th. So next Tuesday. That's the dev update, just the release date? They're not even telling us what it is? Oh, here it is. 10.2.6 content update. A bold new limited time event. Oh, so are they announcing it? Let's see. The 10.2.6 content update arrives March 19th. Mark your calendar on March 19th when the 10.2.6 content goes live with a bold new limited time event. You won't want to miss out on the fun. It's important to note that Dragonflight Season 4 will go live several weeks after the release. For heroes working on Feat of Strength, okay. Wait, this is it? We look forward to sharing more about the adventures ahead. Stay tuned to the official WoW site to learn more about what's in stores. Oh, it's just when they're coming. Like, I think it was heavily assumed that it was coming out on Tuesday, right? There's only 2 more Tuesdays of the month, and a lot of people thought it was coming out this Tuesday. So all they did was just announce that it actually is coming out. That's so funny. People, like, I just got on my stream like an hour ago. There have been people who've been up since 10 a.m. waiting for this, and this is what they got. That is so funny. That isn't... I wouldn't say that's quite a dev update. Yeah, look at this guy in chat. There's no way that we just waited for a release date. That's so funny. EU says March 20th. Oh, does it? Wait. So there's an EU post. Arrives March 20th. Oh, yeah, so you guys get it a day late. That actually sucks. That sucks for sure. I mean, it's no different than normal, but... Get owned. It's fine. You guys get, like, major holidays before us. I remember sitting around last Christmas just stewing, waiting for Santa, and then I just thought that all of EU has gotten it already. Yeah, robbed by Santa. Hey, Max, I just got here. What's on the 19th? Whatever 10.2.6 is. That's crazy they just did that. All right, so now it's time for you guys in chat to speculate. What could this be? Is there any way to tell in the tweet? So, I mean, we've known it's pirate themed. You can see like a ship in the background. Is that a ship? It looks shippy. You guys think it's Freehold? What? Okay, cook on that. It looks like Freehold. Cook on that. What could Freehold have to do with a Freehold raid? A 2 raid boss ending after Freehold. Oh boy. Some Freehold event. I will say the thing that's surprising to me is them saying that it's a limited time event. But I mean, I guess if they come out with something and it's a limited time thing, then if it's actually super, super sick, they could always bring it back. Right. You never, like, even Mage Tower, right? Same shit. If they come up with something, if they've ever come up with something that's good, they can bring it back. Remember, Max, Solo Shuffle started as a limited time event. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it that way. This dev update was significantly worse than I expected. Yeah, dude, remember when we were joking about how, like, haha, guys, it's just a Hearthstone hotfix. Lamau, get owned. But then it wasn't really much more than that. Well, at least tomorrow we have a lot of cool stuff, right? Like tomorrow is a look at, I don't know how many hero talents we're getting. Also, what is Blues news? Is that another dev update, or does that mean something specific? Like, obviously, it kind of reminds me of Blues Clues, but... Oh, dude, Ella came to me as soon as we started talking about Blues news. She knows. Because Blue was also a dog. Blue was also a dog. Damn, I'm really surprised that they didn't announce what it is. I guess they're planning on it. They're not even gonna try to have it data mineable at all. It's just they're just going. You're gonna log in Tuesday and just find out what it is on Tuesday. I mean, I could definitely see it being something where like people just log on Twitch and see what people are doing in WoW on Tuesday, and they're like, "Holy shit, that's cool." I mean, so they're truly going for like the Apex route. Like I mentioned this on the podcast recently, but like Apex is like the only game I can think of in recent memory where they didn't do any kind of advertising before it came out. They just like, it just came out and it popped off because everyone started playing it. I think that's kind of what they're going for here. Or maybe they're just like messing around with releasing new content and not having it be data mineable, which I think in general is something that would be sick in WoW. I don't know. Like just any... Like there's so many examples of WoW would be so cool if they... And this is coming from someone, by the way, who massively benefits from being able to... Like the alpha and beta cycle is extremely popular on my channel, and so like profitability wise and for fun, I just find that whole time really interesting. I would still love it if, dude, just imagine a patch comes out and you don't know fucking anything. Not like you don't know the name of the zone. You don't even know what that shit's about. Like you're logging in and figuring out what it's about at the same time. You're seeing these raid bosses for the first time. You have never seen them before. You don't even know their names. That would be so fucking cool. That'd be really cool. But there's a reason that we test things. The game would probably be pretty bad. But in a perfect world, it would be sweet. Let's see if we can get some speculation here. You said Now had a good tweet. Let's see. .2.6 goes live with a bold new limited time event. Solo queue Mythic Plus it is, freehold only as seen in the picture for testing purposes. Is that actually freehold? Like I'm actually trying to picture what part of the dungeon that is. Where in freehold is this? The second boss? After second boss? After the council? Right side from where the ogre spawns. I don't... Max, just go there. Wait, do I have a freehold port on one of my characters? That's the only way I'll do this. I want to hear some cooks. Max, open the post and there's a picture of that place without the text. Ooh, good shout. Good shout. Open the actual post and there's a picture of that place without... Oh, I see. So open image and... Oh, it doesn't actually... I don't... Dude, I must be crazy. I don't think this is freehold. Like, it looks kind of like it, but... Yeah, I'm thinking where you guys are thinking, too. It's like... Before the article, the pic is there. Well, yeah, it's in both of the... Oh, like right here. See, Like, yeah, this is like where you're standing where the shark is, right? And then like there's that, but that's not... Dude, I must be insane. This does not look like Freehold. There's no trees like these forests in the back of Freehold. That's interior guard sound. Guys, I don't know. Maybe I'm cooked, but I really don't feel it. I really don't think this is Freehold, but let's go check. Would it be here? Waycrest Manor is close enough. I didn't PvP, or I didn't Mythic Plus on my DH last season. This UI, oh yeah, it's super cooked. I had to turn off Elv UI to do the Hearthstone thing. Max now linked a picture of it in game. Okay, so we've already done it. Okay, in before this is a meme picture. God damn it! Fuck! 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 God damn it! As soon as I clicked it, I was like, "Oh my god, man!" Dude, that could have been so many things. Bro, just imagine he went full brick when he did that. Just get my channel deleted. You guys think that's crazy? But during this last race, someone stood up after killing a boss after like 200 pulls and was rock solid. I've never seen anything like it. I'd believe anything now. Okay. Guys, wait, okay, so maybe we... So do you want to go in the dungeon, or should we go to, like... Isn't, like, Freehold actually in the game somewhere over here? Oh, it's like... Oh, yeah, it's behind the actual dungeon. So we should... Before we go in the dungeon, let's go, like, outside the dungeon. Alright, so let's pull up the pic. Not this fucking pic. This one. Okay. This is where it looks like it is. Oh, look at these other people are here too. But like... Where's the flag? Max, turn around. Oh. I mean, even then though... It is definitely modeled after it, but it is turbo different. The flag is for the event. I mean, there's multiple parts to this that are different. This is a house, and then here it's just like a thing. It is literally not one-to-one. That's not true. Like, even without the flag, like, there's an entire house here. This is so funny. I bet Blizzard devs are looking at this, and they're like, dude, these guys are just speculating over absolutely nothing. We just picked, like, a random pirate background to go with this. Guys, look, there is, like, an entire mountain face here on the left. In this picture, the mountain's all the way over here. These are two different locations. That's behind you to your left. Bro, come on, guys. It's mirrored. Could be mirrored. But then wouldn't this other stuff be flipped too? Is it different in the dungeon? I mean, maybe. Let's go. Wait, where the fuck am I going? It's this way. It's not different? Okay. Guys, I'm going to go with it's similar, but I don't think that... I mean, it could literally... Freehold is just a super piratey thing. Like, if they did anything pirate-based, they could have done it close to what Freehold looks like. It's definitely different enough. It's like taken inspiration, but like, look, right here, this is just not a house at all. And then here, there's just a house. Right? Then there's like some like part of a ship that's on fire. So maybe this is like in the future after this place has been like burned down or something. Look from the other side. Okay. It's just different, right? Max, I found it. I can DM you the spot it's at if you want. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the archways. The archway is exactly the same. The bridge looks like it's exactly the same. Right? Almost exactly the same. The moss is in a different spot. This house on the left seems to be like pretty identical, but the thing on the right is totally different. Wait. Yeah. Link me the picture for sure. I'm definitely just going to click on it and trust you. Looks like Brackenhide Hollow almost. I mean, kind of the vibe with the trees behind, but also not very piratey. Yeah, maybe some time skippy free. I could see this being freehold in the future after some shit has gone down. And randomly a mountain grew right here where there previously was none. Let's hope it's good and not something people log on and it's not good as the hype they put it out. Yeah, I guess they do have a lot to live up to, right? Like they're asking a lot from players. They're like, we're not going to tell you what it is, but can you imagine the amount of like goodwill, not goodwill, but like if they do this whole we're not going to announce it thing and then it's just not interesting, then players are going to be like, anytime they do this in the future, they're going to be like, who cares? Right? I'm interested to think it's a limited time event. But I have a feeling that... I have a feeling it's going to be really good. Oh, I need to go get my food soon. You said go to the first boss area. That's where the flag is. Oh, wait. Okay. He's right. The right side of the picture is just an asset taken... So this is a new area. Like, this is literally this. Like, it's just that. Or close enough. So, whatever they're doing in the patch, well, I mean, reusing assets from old things doesn't really matter. Like if they're making something pirate-themed, where's the first place they're going to steal assets from, right, in the game? It's probably going to be Freehold, so... Max, how do you know it's pirate themed? Well, didn't they just, I don't know, like on the World of Warcraft roadmap, they have a skull and crossbones, and then WoW's Twitter account today tweeted a pirate flag. I think that's pirate. I just really wonder if this is going to pay off. Like, I feel like if they announced, like fully announced it right now, I think people would be super, super hype and waiting for Tuesday. And if they don't announce it, I just don't know if the whole like shock value of you logging on and then it's there. I don't know if that's going to I mean, we'll see. We'll fucking see on Tuesday. But I wonder if there's a... I wonder if they'll see it as a positive thing. Dude, honestly, I hope it is bigger because of that. So then they are more inclined to do things without testing it and without, like, showing. Hard to get shock value when it's up in another region before that. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Just imagine they release it and it's super sick and then everyone in EU is... Well, I mean, maybe you could make like an NA account for it. Who knows how it's going to work. I know you'd have to buy the game though, right? I think. Yeah. What did they say about this? The last time they talked about 10.6, they just said you needed an active WoW subscription, right? I want to... Dude, where was the actual announcement for this? Let's see. I think it was in this post. Yeah, Holly posted about it at some point. I don't even know where we'd be able to find it. Maybe I can search for it. WoW 10.2.6. WoW vendor. 9 hours ago? No. February 17th. Wowhead. View original. Oh no, this was on the thing. It's down? Oh, I see. Oh, here we go. For the 10.2.6 patch for Dragonflight, we've created what we think is a unique event inspired by past musings from the community. We can say that it is open to anyone with a WoW subscription if they want to participate. Classic or Dragonfight players. Okay, so this kind of automatically assumes that you don't even need a max level character, right? Because like if they're saying like, hey, you can just do this even if you only play classic and you have a sub, you're not even playing your own character then, right? I think. Okay. That's all we're going to say. So that's all we're going to say. We can say that it is open to anyone. It's a unique event inspired by past musings from the community, and anyone with a WoW subscription can play it, even if you are a classic-only player. So it's definitely not solo queue Mythic Plus at all, right? I mean, Towley said he's going to do a 36-hour stream, and he knows what it is. So, I mean, yeah, like I've said before, there's a decent amount of people who know what this is, and are pretty excited about it, right? And I'm not saying shit. But like, I'm trying to do this along with you. I'm trying to fact find with you guys by just looking at things they have posted publicly, right? Maybe it's a horrific visions type thing. I mean, just, okay, what are your all's guesses? If it's a unique event, they said that it's a limited time event, although limited time event doesn't really mean, like, Mage Tower is limited time. Technically, Mythic Plus was supposed to be limited time until it became part of the game. Right? But, like, what is a limited time thing that involves you? This is a Dragonflight thing, so it's right? So they specifically say for Dragonflight. It's a Dragonflight patch. So you'll be logging on retail, downloading. You'll be going to retail on your launcher and downloading it. They don't even say you have to have purchased Dragonflight, right? That's what's interesting to me. If you're a classic player with a WoW patch, doesn't that mean that you could have not bought Dragonflight in general? Boughten? I just said boughten. That's crazy. So you're just going to be able to log on to whatever the free version of WoW is to play this, I guess. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I've never done that. BFA is base WoW now. Like, what can you do? If you were a classic player with a sub and you've never installed WoW ever, what are you able to do? You've never installed retail WoW at all. You are a classic player. What are you able to do in retail WoW? Anything up to Dragonflight. Everything up to Dragonflight to level 60. So this is, I mean, this is basically guaranteed to not be max level content, right? Like, you are just going to be able to log in and do whatever this is. Reads next couple of lines too. Okay. That's all we're going to say. Sorry, not sorry. Our goal is to continue to keep it a secret and keep it safe. The speculation is great. We watched the reaction to the surprises in Season of Discovery and thought we'd try a similar but different approach for Dragonflight. Oh, that's super interesting. So they're basically, well, we watched the reaction to the surprises in Season of Discovery and thought we'd try a similar but different approach for Dragonflight. So when I first read that, I'm like, oh, so they're going to try something Season of Discovery-like, but I think they're referring to the no data mining thing than anything else. I don't think they're saying it's going to be like Season of Discovery. I think, at least. I don't even know. Was Season of Discovery famously, like, not data mined or something? Like, people log on and they're just figuring it out as they go? Is that a Season of Discovery thing? Oh, they do just literally say it right there. This means that there will be no PTR for a portion of the next content update as we've traditionally done, but what we can say is it will be coming in March, a finer point, but the update will also include everything that's needed. Wait, a finer point, but the update will also include everything that's needed for Dragonflight Season 4, but will be hidden. What? What the fuck does that mean? The 10.2.6 update will also include everything that's needed for Dragonflight Season 4. Oh, so like, Season 4 is weeks after this patch, but everything there is going to be updated with 10.2.6, but you won't know what it is? Well, what's the point of even saying it then? Oh, it means Season 4 will just be on 10.2.6. I see. Around the launch of the update, we will make Season 4 available for testing before it goes live. Why are we doing this? We like the idea of releasing content. This is a risky experiment that could be a bit bumpy. I mean, regardless of anything, are you guys a fan of the experiment? Are you guys a fan of them trying to come up with content? No. No, yes. Dude, this is actually like straight up 50-50. You guys don't want anything to be a surprise. You always want to test it beforehand. I think it's I mean, they've kind of been doing this expansion with legendaries. I mean, right now, all right, current poll. Do we like this doesn't really, you don't even know what the fuck it is yet. Like, basically, do you like the idea that they are trying, and the idea is releasing content before it is publicly tested and known? Do you want to find things out as they are happening, or do you want to know far beforehand? That's what you're asking. I think they're overhyping it. Are they overhyping it? All they're saying is we're coming out with a patch and we're going to release all the info when it comes out. There's like almost no hype associated with that. Like, if they just were testing this for months, that doesn't really add any hype, right? I feel like people are hyping it, not Blizzard. They're just releasing a patch without testing it. You are hyping it? I've been hyping it. I think it's fucking insane. But That's not Blizzard, right? So let's see. Let's see. Max, I think you should have asked this question when we weren't in a content drought. You get different answers. Oh, I see. I see. So if you asked when we were in the middle of content, hey guys, would you like Blizzard to like experiment with releasing some patches without anyone knowing what they are until they're released? The answer would be yes. But because people are starved for stuff right now, the people that are saying no are mostly saying it because they just want to know now because there's nothing else going on. There's nothing to talk. You know what I'm saying? I could kind of see that. It might be a good point. Current me right now that wants details is not a fan, but future me that gets to log in and see it completely blind does like it. I see. Excellent, excellent inside look. If season 4 is only a few weeks after, are we getting a long faded season or a sooner X-Pack than we all think? Well, we know that the War Within and all of the expansions after that have all but been confirmed to be like 18 months long instead of 24, with them coming out in the time frame they want. And I do think they're going to stick to that. If Blizzard fucks anything up, it's going to be the quality trying to push out that much content so fast. But I bet no matter what, they'll make sure that they're releasing it at that schedule. And then we were wondering why there wasn't another raid this expansion, and at least for a while we were assuming that we were just going to get the War Within like late into the year. But I mean, this is kind of ambiguous a little bit, but they're basically saying War Within is going to come out late summer, which would be 3 months, like at the least, earlier than like Dragonflight came out, for example. So 2 or 3 months. So I think so, yeah. I don't think we're going to have it for that long. Like, I bet it'll be like August, somewhere like August, September, yeah. April to August is still a decent amount of time, though, for like a Faded season. How long was Faded last expansion, actually? Although last expansion, it was way more YOLO'd. Seems like this time they were planning on it. Last time it was kind of last minute. It wasn't in their plans at the beginning of the expansion. How long was Season 4 last expansion? Someone might have to look it up, but... The War Within is just a big patch, to be honest, so it doesn't take too much time to develop. What? Like, as opposed to, like, other expansions? If that's true, what do you know? How do you know that? What are you cooking? I guess in a way, all expansions are just big patches. True. Very true. Max, why does Blizzard hate their players? Good take. That's the question that needs to be asked. All right. Oh, boys, get a little back pop going here. Oh, yeah. That's that good shit. Okay, so let's go back to the cooking. The picture is... I think what we've determined, right, is this is not in Freehold, but it includes assets. Like 75% of this picture is from one spot, and then this is different, and the background is totally different. So we think that whatever this is involves Freehold assets, but it's not in Freehold, I guess. But the thing is like Now's cook was solo queue Mythic Plus, right? Now said solo queue Mythic Plus Freehold only as seen in the picture for testing purposes. I think because Holly said... all you need is a WoW subscription, meaning you don't even have to own the Dragonflight expansion, makes me think that it's definitely not bad, right? Can't be. And it's a unique event inspired by past musings. Unique event inspired by past musings sounds like Solo Q Mythic Plus. Right. But this kind of makes that not able to be a thing. Pirate-themed Mage Tower, pirate-themed Brawlers Guild. Dude, both of those would go hard as fuck. I mean, just Brawlers Guild and Mage Tower at any time with any theme would be great, though, right? Hardcore retail? Bro, am I the only one that thinks that hardcore retail is completely nothing content? Like, what would that... It would just be at, like, what the fuck is even going on here? Like, that would be so bad. There's no shot at as any kind of challenge to it because they want classic gamers to play it. It's got to be some super casual thing. I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? Like, I think that's a common misconception that casuals never want to do anything hard. Like, Mage Tower is a perfect example. Mage Tower, for a lot of specs, especially when it came out, was really, really hard. And the Mage Tower is loved by every part of the community, right? Like, I think the misunderstanding is that, like, casuals like a realistic challenge that they can, if the reward is good enough from it, like a realistic challenge to force themselves to get better in like a solo environment. That's been proven, right? Max, check out Wowhead Twitter's cooked post. Oh, we got more cooking. Blizzard has promised that Dragonflight patch 10.2.6 content update will include a bold new limited time event that's pirate themed. What could it be? Freehold time walking? Could you imagine if it was just freehold time walking? That would be peak. Like, they would lose so much respect if they did this and it's just that. Siege of Borealis. Okay, a raid. Okay, Pirates Day update. Ground only. I'm just clicking one of these to just see the results. What do people think it is? What would a Siege of Borealis raid even look like? Pirates Day update. What does that mean? Okay. So there's no cook. They just did a poll of random things. Look at second tweet. Siege of Borealis raid, but only Horde faction leaders die. Pirates Day micro holiday that you can only participate in if you're Exalted with the Buccaneers. Also a very rare. Again, that would not include the classic sub only, not owning Dragonflight thing. Time Captain Hooktail ground only dragon riding mount. What? Max, you should put up a vote to see who wants you to tell us what it is. What a fucking crazy vote. That'd be insane. I really wonder what that will turn out. Although someone's just like, you know what? No. Yeah. All right, well, that might be all we got. I wonder how many hero talents we're going to get tomorrow. Didn't in like the other This Week in WoW, was 2 weeks ago when we got hero talents last, didn't they say 8 new hero talents? So I wonder how many we're going to get. I really doubt we're going to get 8 again. Which ones haven't we gotten yet? We haven't gotten any monk, any shaman. I feel bad for shaman. Guys, I don't know when they're going to release the totemic hero talent, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time in case you got your hopes up. That one's going to be insanely bad. It has to be. Anything that's totem-based as a hero talent is going to fucking stink. They've been doing really good with them recently, though. I was really surprised. They released 8 in one day, and I was like, dude, so many of these are probably going to be bad, and most of them were... 3 of them were insanely fucking good, and 3 of them were, like, pretty good, and 1 of them was real bad. They've definitely been doing better with them. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about with hero talents is that hero talents are universally adding defensiveness to every single spec in the game, and I think that is the totally wrong direction. I think this game needs to, across the board, nerf personal defensives, some classes more than others. But I think that's a very big problem they have in the game right now. Versatility plays into that. Avoidance plays into that. But just very simply, there's just too many defensive defensive reductions in the game. And it makes it super, super hard for them to develop challenging content that doesn't just one-shot you. If they reduce the defensiveness, if they made versus defensive in PvE not as impactful, if they nerfed avoidance, they would actually be able to design hard-hitting, ticking dungeon and raid damage that you could react to with your defensives, rather than just if you didn't have them up before any damage happened at all, you were just dead. Dude, this is so funny. Have you guys been listening to this little song that's been playing while I've been yapping? Like, you know how funny DMCA free music is, right? Where they just, like, repeat the same shit? This song is called... This song is called Strip Club Party. It's just so fucking... That makes this song so much funnier. That it's just called Strip Club Party. Have you not heard this song at the club? Dude, does it look like I go to the club? Come on, man. Ain't no way. With that hat? Bro, do you know what this hat says? This hat says... Dog Dad. It says Dog Dad. My sister got me this for my birthday. It's my favorite hat. Defo club vibes, 100% club material. Yeah. It looks like it has some stripper glitter on it. Dude, I'll tell you, honestly, I've never been to a strip club one time. I think the only time people go is, like, as far as I can tell, like, any of my friends who have gone have been going with, like, bachelor parties. But I think that's, like, old school bachelor party things. Like, I wouldn't be against going. Like, I've never been. I would be interested to see what it's like. I imagine it'd probably just be really sketchy and trashy, but, like... Like I've seen movies before. Like I have an idea of what it's like, but I don't know. Seems like kind of a sad place to go often. Let's see. You said there's a new blue post? Dude, in before it's just another Hearthstone update. Oh wait, there is one just now. Wait, they just reposted it. Oh no, it's 40. Oh no, you're right. I didn't refresh. It is actually 10th anniversary event updates. And then this guy just reposted it in the Hearthstone thing. My bachelor party was at a laser tag arena. Okay, that's actually sick. That's actually sick. That's way up there for having a bunch of dudes going somewhere for fun. Fucking laser tag. No shot you called Nethera this guy? Bro, I don't... I know the community managers I know are Kyvax. Kyvax is awesome. Kyvax told me a funny story. So I mean, part of his job is he has to stay tuned with everything in the community. He watches a lot of, you know, opinion pieces like the one I posted on YouTube earlier today. A lot of like tier list stuff. His job as a community manager a lot of the time is to listen to community feedback in all forms, on Twitter, on forums, on anywhere, literally anywhere. And get that information to the people that it matters to. Like to, you know, if it's DK feedback, they would give it to the guy that works on DKs, right? You do talk. Yeah, this was when I was at the Blizzard headquarters. I was hanging out with him for a bit. And yeah, super nice guy. But he did tell me that he started using the term what was it? Swamp ass. Do you guys remember swamp ass was the lowest tier on my tier lists for a little bit? So apparently he did that, and that influenced, I think, his son or someone else's kid. And he said apparently at like their like 5th and 6th grade thing, they were doing tier lists, and they used swamp ass as the like F tier due to my... And I kind of felt bad about that, because like that's not the kind of influence I want on children. but yeah, so that was his bit. Is that, yeah. DDD. No, they did not use quadruple D tier. That would be a much bigger problem. Kids don't play WoW. They weren't playing WoW. They were doing tier lists on other things. They just stole the swamp ass bit. Dude, I'm so excited for Tuesday. It is going to be a day. That might be an all-day stream. That might be like the first like 12-hour plus WoW stream I've done in a long time. Tally said he's going for 36 hours. He doesn't mean like straight, right? He means like with a sleep. I don't know if Tally still goes that hard. Maybe he does. Max, he's getting married. Oh, that's sweet. Shout out Lulaboo and him. He's been playing a lot of Kata beta the last few days. Bro, I don't even have that. I can't even log on that if I wanted to. I did not meet the criteria. Towley said you won't be disappointed with the update, whatever that means. I mean, I think he means that I feel like that very obviously means he's saying that you'll like it. I don't think it's very cryptic. He's telling you exactly what, right? I would definitely second that. I'm planning on playing that shit all day. Max, is there going to be a surprise Race to World First next Tuesday? Could be. Could not be. I feel like you're hyping it up so much. Feels like many might get disappointed because of the overhype from streamers. and then blame it on Blizzard. Be like, y'all hype this up for no reason. And it's just not even their fault. Get owned. Get destroyed. I definitely think that it's weird that EU isn't getting it at the same time, though. I think that's going to be... Although, it might not really matter. Because if Holly said... We can say that it's safe to open... We can say that it is open to anyone with a WoW subscription, Classic or Dragonflight, meaning you don't even need to own Dragonflight, which means it'll definitely not be on max level characters, right? That means that if you really wanted to play whatever this is on EU, you could just like a Classic player, you could just log on, right? Or do you need a separate sub to play NA if you're EU? I don't know if that's how that works. You still need to buy a sub, making an NA account. Are you sure? I think I have a EU account. Oh, it's on a different sub though, right? I'm assuming I won't have game time on this. Because it doesn't matter if it's the starter edition. It doesn't matter if it's the starter edition. They said you don't need to own Dragonflight. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, if you wanted to pay $15 or whatever, you could play today early, but that would be kind of corny. Dev post TLDR. All they did was just say that it's coming out on Tuesday. Nothing else. I guess they did give us some, intentionally or unintentionally, they did give us some... hype. They like posted a background which people figured out is pretty close to an area that's in Freehold, but is definitely not the same. The background is totally different. This asset is from somewhere else in that dungeon. We've already known it's pirate themed. They tweeted they literally tweeted a pirate flag, right? For a while on the roadmap, it's had the like skull and crossbones. So like it looks like a pirate area with some assets that look like they were in Freehold. I mean, they're definitely Freehold assets, like both of these things. No pirates, Mike Ibarra said so. What was that from? That was like earlier in the expansion, right? Like it was before the expansion was announced, I think. Like, people randomly were, like, very certain that the expansion was pirate-themed. And to the point, based on, as far as I could tell, based on nothing. And then Mike Ibarra had to come out and say... Mike Ibarra had to come out and say it's not pirate-themed. I don't know. Ooh, true. Maybe that's the past musing. We created what we think is a unique event inspired by past musings from the community. So maybe when the community randomly made up that 11.0 was going to be pirate themed, they were like, let's give them some pirate stuff. Fuck it. Dude, kind of, it's in the gaming community, so I'm sure a lot of you guys heard about it, but it's not exactly in the WoW space. I know some of you guys stick pretty close to WoW. But it's kind of crazy that Ubisoft made a pirate game like 10 years after Black Flag, and it's just like a worse game. Like Black Flag is just like a better game. Well, at least that's what people are saying. It was getting a lot of hate. That game was getting a lot of hate because some developer said, is this a AAA game? This is the world's first quadruple A game. And then it was like not good. Which is pretty brutal. That was the CEO, not a dev. Oh, even worse, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go start some food in the oven. Not the oven, like the microwave oven. You know, you guys know what it is. Listen, guys. This is why I started co-streaming on YouTube, because when you guys, yeah, you fucking better scatter. See, YouTube chat, y'all ain't. What are you guys doing about this? Do you guys see them typing this? Yeah, look at them. They're being very well behaved. They're just sitting here being chatters. And look at you all. They're AFK. Yeah, they're just not there. Okay. So I wonder if anyone else has come up with some more interesting cooks. I'm gonna eat my food a little bit. I'm eating Cajun tilapia with broccoli, cilantro, and lime. Wow, pitting us against each other? I mean, you guys would probably win. Like, don't tell them, but there's only like 70 of them in there. We were excavated. I think you guys would kind of own them a little bit. Max, if you DM me what the event is, I promise not to rat you out. I can't do that. Oh, man. Why can't it just be Tuesday? I guess tomorrow will be really fun. I love looking at hero talents. Those are really, really fun. We currently have a, like, running tier list of, like, the quality of them. I don't even know how I'm going to be able to find that. I don't think I'll be able to find that, actually. Because I had to have someone make it, and it was, like, super abstract. This dude is talking about his food while I'm fasting, unsubbing. Good luck, bozo. How am I supposed to know? Oh, yeah, I could look at my search history. Yeah, let's see. Search history. Tier maker. Let's see. Hero talent tree names tier list. Okay, that one's just the names. That one's bad. That's not the one I want. Oh, this works though. Super hype. Tier maker. Here we go. Yeah, these are the ones so far. These are the ones that have been released so far. I bet we're going to get... Let's see what we're going to get tomorrow. I wonder if we're going to get one of the very boring named Demon Hunter ones tomorrow. Ooh, what about Slayer? Dude, what if Warriors get all 3 of theirs before... Well, Paladins already do. Paladins have all 3 of theirs, and Monks haven't seen anything. Wait, in all caps, you think you are better than Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow? Take a chill pill. Johnny has the charisma and whimsy of a Disney movie played back in fairyland. You need to take a step back and reassess your life. You will never be him. Get it. Where is that spam even? How could that have even been created? Like, why would anyone make that? You guys think we're getting Rider of the Apocalypse tomorrow? I'm just going to already put that at the top of super insane tier. If they fumble Rider of the Apocalypse, I just don't even know what to... I don't even know what to do. How could you mess that up? The name is just so cool. Max, bookmark the page? I don't even know how to do that. Wait, can I hit a favorite? Oh my god, I did it! Yes. That's the first bookmark I've ever made. What are ones that are guaranteed bad again? Totemic. Will not be good. Cannot believe that will be good. Okay, low-key, I know Shadow Priests hate their life all the time, but Void Weaver has to be sick. I feel like Void Weaver has to be insane. Eldrachi Reaver will go crazy. Bro, think about how Like, a lot of these hero talent names are just, like, epic, you know? They're super sick. Like, Demon Hunter mains are the kind of people to, like, wear blindfolds in real life and, like, Naruto run around their house and shit. So, like, how are you going to fuck up giving them a name better than these two? It could have been anything. It could have been anything Illidan related, and it would have been cooler. I most certainly do not wear a blindfold while Naruto running. Yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of slandered you there. Max, do any of the rogue ones slap? We don't know. The only one that's come out so far is Trickster, and I believe just like Oracle, it's bad enough where they'll have to rework it. So I don't even think we really know anything about where the rogue ones are right now. Like, Trickster is they want you to fade on cooldown for a damage increase. It's irredeemable. You know, I want to see if my theory that I came up with after the last 8 were released continues tomorrow, which is you can read the very first talent and you can tell if the whole thing's going to be sick or not. Like, pretty much all of these that are insane, you read the first thing and you were like, yup. And if they're really bad, you read the first thing and you're like, nope. And a lot of the ones in the middle, like, sometimes you can get talked into it or you can talk yourself out of it. But at least for the really bad and really, really good, you know instantly if it's sick just by the concept. Dark Ranger is trash. It's only carried by theme. Yeah, well, theme's part of this ranking that I'm doing is theme is included. It's the only reason it's in mid, because they got the theme right. And to be honest with you, for all the people that are going to be looking forward to Dark Ranger, I think theme is so important to nail, because people just want to log on and be Sylvanas, you know? Dude, you know what? You know what? I cannot wait for Blizzard, because like Blizzard has a few issues to go through in the new expansion. A couple of them, and we haven't seen this yet, are like some of the talent trees have major issues. Like the monk one, for example, their class tree capstones are all totems that are either unbelievably boring or completely useless, sometimes even for the specs that they are designed after. Can you imagine if they double down on this instead of just obviously fixing it? And instead of fixing it, they double down and where's this thing? They make it so one of these, the hero talent is based off of the fucking totems at the bottom. Like you basically want to run a build with all 3 totems and it's revolving. Or oh my god. Oh my god, would that be the biggest fumble of all time? Please don't speak that into reality. Guys, it could happen. It would be funny in like a not funny way. I don't even know what I just said, actually. Because that would just not be funny. But guys, I like Monk. I don't want Monk to be bad, but it would be funny. It'd be a little funny. And sad. Monk hero talents all revolve around rushing Jade. Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine one of the Windwalker ones revolving around this version of Rushing Jade Wind? I mean, they can make Rushing Jade Wind into something that would be cool to build around, actually. But the current version of it is a steaming pile of dog shit. Absolutely horrible. A 6-second maintenance buff that costs a resource. Just think about that. Any class, literally right now, any class in the game, just imagine your class as it is right now, even if you already have one of these. Just imagine adding a 6-second maintenance buff that costs one of your resources that's important. That is so bad. And if your class has one of these, I feel so bad for you. Kind of sounds like Soul Reaper. Well, that's not... Well, okay, in Execute, it can kind of feel like that. But Soul Reaper also bangs. Like, you get into Execute and you're like, okay, I'm doing a lot more damage now. And then they've also had tier sets that, like, kind of work with Soul Reaper, so I think they fucked around with it. I think Soul Reaper's just a much better button than that. And then that is how Soul Reaper feels when Soul Reaper doesn't own. Like, when you feel like your rotation just becomes super clunky because you've added Soul Reaper into it and it's not doing a ton of damage, then you're like, what the fuck is going on here? But Soul Reaper has, past couple expansions, I'm not sure about right now, but in Shadowlands, or especially early Shadowlands, Soul Reaper was, Unholy DK was the best execute in the entire game because of Soul Reaper. So maybe it's a lot worse now. That'd be sad, but I think what we need to find out too is like with Tier Maker, where is this shit? I think Slayer, and they've already alluded to the fact that Slayer, first of all, the name's fucking Slayer. But they said it's execute based. And I think it needs to be. Because I think we've gotten a little bit... We've strayed too far from class's original purpose. It is obvious, at least to me, that warriors, among other things, are supposed to be the best execute damage in the game. They have the literal button execute that everyone else refers to their execute as. And execute, since Lucid Dreams... Arms at the end of BFA, execute has been I don't think warrior has been the best execute in the game since then. Maybe actually arms might be good right now, but it's maybe, I think assassination rogue was better this tier, but then they nerfed it, and I don't know if that was still true after the nerf. For sure assassination rogue execute was better than warriors before the tier. We tested that, but I think warrior might be better now. Anyways, you already know that Slayer is going to be execute based. I really hope they bring warriors back to rightfully being the best execute in the game with that trait, for sure. Potty C on Friday. Oh, we were going to do an extra Potty C this week on Friday. We're deciding right now whether to have our weekly uploads on Friday or just do extra episodes on Friday when there's a bunch of information throughout the week. I'm kind of a fan of doing it on Friday. But like this week, we would have to wait to record it until after my stream on Friday. I don't know. If they would have actually announced the mode, right? Like if they have announced whatever they're doing on Tuesday today, then we could have had a podcast about it. But because they're not doing that, then I feel like there's nothing to talk about. There's just, we could speculate on the freehold image. We could speculate on this for an hour and a half and then do a Patreon question about this picture. Mode? A fucking pirate mode. We're going pirate mode. No point in fake speculating. Well, I'm. You don't think even if I knew it, you don't think it would be fun to kind of go along with viewers, with all of you, and kind of try to speculate given only the information that they've given you? I feel like that was fun earlier, whether you know what it is or not. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like if I'm earlier today, if I know what it is, would you rather me just be like, well, we'll just don't do anything? I feel like looking at it from your perspective is worth it. Wait, when is Titan Forge's final podcast, by the way? Did that already happen? Aren't they Thursday uploaders? That's so sad. I think they're doing it because Trell apparently is quitting. It was today you I did not murder their fucking Shit. They fucking... Trill's just quitting. No, not Trill. Trell. And Trell is, according to him, at least on Twitter, he said he's quitting. Why is he quitting? I think he's getting married, has some real life stuff. Has a job, something like that. I mean, it's probably your fault somehow. See, I don't... How? He showed up at Dratnos' house and he said, "You're my podcaster now," and shot Titanforge in the head. Dude, Dratnos actually is the podcast goat, though. I'm almost done with my food, too. Wait, where does Dratnos live? Not, like, hard docks, but, like, what, like, general area does he live in? I actually don't know that. Is he a Texas man? San Fran? Is he in Cali? He's definitely not in LA. I would know. Dratnos is the solid, reasonable opinion goat. So true. I've been saying that for a while, dude. I think Dratnos is the goat. Like, literal goat. Actual goat. My goat. I wish he streamed more. I think he'd be fucking huge. And he's by far the best WoW excuse me, sorry. He's by far the best WoW podcaster. So, he's so fucking good. Tettle's in Texas. Yeah, I know Tettle's in Texas. I went to DreamHack and he lived where... I think he lives in Dallas. Dude, by the way, what do y'all think about this pretzel playlist? We randomly selected this one today. And besides the one song called Strip Club Party, which, I mean, that wasn't even a bad song. I feel like this is a decent vibe to talk to. Literally the first song in this playlist was awful and the rest of them were pretty good. Can I be honest? I mean, it's not great, but like, it's about as good as you're going to get for music that won't get you demonetized on YouTube when you're uploading your VODs, which was kind of the whole point. You want to hit up Strip Club Party again? Dude, how do I find it? It's got to be on here. Dude, it was definitely on here. Where's Strip Club Party? Do I have it on shuffle or something? Maybe like near the end. Max, Lore made a YouTube video with the subject, "Is data mining good for WoW?" Might be worth... Wait, Lore? Like Devo Lore? Like the old community lead? Worked for TikTok for a bit? I don't know what he's doing now. Actually, I caught up with him on Twitter. He said he's, well, I didn't speak to him, but I saw his Twitter. He said he was, like, looking for a job, and he said the gaming industry is fucking fucked right now. Sure, yeah. That actually sounds like a great thing, because we had that conversation already today. Lore, Devo Lore, is that his YouTube? It is. Videos. Is data mining good or bad for WoW? Sounds good, makes sense. 16. So sounds good, makes sense. I'm assuming is just like an AMA thing. It's kind of long. Yeah, it's 20 minutes. He's got a lot of really good insight, though. I mean, he worked hand in hand at Blizzard for a long time. And he was a content creator before that, and he's always played the game. So really good perspective. Let's start listening to it and see if it's good. Also, make sure you guys sub to this guy and hear him out. It looks like he started doing this again recently. Let's see. Let's check it out.
I am running out of hats.
Got a nice little got a nice little intro.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Sounds Good Makes Sense, a discussion show for the World of Warcraft player. My name is Divalor, and today I want to talk about data mining, especially with Season of Discovery ongoing, and in fact coming up on Phase 3 in, I don't know, probably the next 2 or 3 weeks here, I'd imagine. I've just been seeing a lot more discussion generally around the interwebs of the topic of data mining and what sort of, issues it causes and negative effects that it has on the game, but also what sort of positive effects and values it provides to the player. But before...
Dude, this is perfect. I feel like this is exactly what we should watch. This was like a hidden gem. Only 400 people watched this before this, and this is extremely topical to what we are talking about today. We actually asked ourselves, is data mining good or bad in reference to like 10.2.6, right?
Before we dig into the sort of pros and cons, I think it's important to take a step and just actually define, what do I even mean when I'm talking about data mining? I think most people understand that it's related in some way to finding unreleased stuff, but maybe aren't as keen on the particular details of how that works. And basically, it all just boils down to looking through the game's files to see what's in there. In order for something to appear in-game, it has to exist on your computer in some capacity. It has to have been sent to your computer to actually appear in the game. So usually that means...
Which is also something that they've been better at this expansion. Like, before this expansion, I was kind of under the impression that they could not have you upload or update your game with this information, have it not be data mined. But then 2 legendaries in a row, no one knew anything about them until the last boss was killed on Mythic. Like, that was all under wraps. There's like fake screenshots and shit, but how you acquired it and what it was not available. And I think they added that tech in Dragonflight. Yeah, so for the first time maybe ever, and as you're seeing with 10.2.6, you can't tell what this stuff is. So we asked ourselves the question earlier, like, first of all, I guess we'll have to see how 10.2.6 plays out. Maybe we'll have to look like a month later and be like, would this be more popular if they announced it ahead of time? Was it good that they did it? And then also, just, do you guys think if they have the ability to, would you like your patches and expansions to be fresh when you start playing? That sounds awesome to me. Like, I feel like if they... But then there's like the quality control. Like, is it going to be worse? With no raid testing, with no testing of these zones, like, how many more things are wrong with such a massive game, you know, if it's not like that? But I think everyone would agree that it's just cool finding it all out in the moment, assuming that the game is just as good with no PTR. It's just like, can you do that kind of thing? Final Fantasy 14, specifically in raids, there's like a lot less going on. It's like binary pass fail. Are you in this? Are you at this spot? Is your group grouped? There's like infinitely less things going on. Also, the classes there are half as many specs or half as many jobs as there are specs, and they're also significantly more simple with the amount and types of damage they do and the amount of buttons they have and things like that. It's just a lot harder to balance and create. But if they can do that in WoW, it'd be insane, right? But the question is, can you do that without like fucking the game, you know? Let's see.
Everything that you can theoretically come across in game exists in the game's files somewhere, with some exceptions, which I'll get to. Importantly, however, you need to understand there are a few things that data mining is not. For one, data mining is not hacking. They're not breaking into some secure vault somewhere. It's literally just a file that's sitting on your computer. And yes, getting into those files can be a little bit weird and like...
Do people think that? It's probably like a very, very low level casual opinion of like, the data miners, they already dislike them, so then they also assume that they're like breaking down the walls to like they're like stealing the information.
Learning how to read those files can be a little bit weird, but it's not like you're stealing someone's password or bypassing some sort of login credentials or anything like that. It's literally just a file on your computer that you open up and look at. It is also not...
Well, most of the time. I would say all of the time in WoW. There have been... I guess it's not considered data mining. I think whenever it happens the other way, where someone actually does access information they're not supposed to have, but those are usually just called leaks, right? Like, no one's like... When people hacked GTA and they released all those like GTA 6 videos and pictures and shit of the unfinished game, like, that's just called a leak. No one was like, oh, look, they data mined. Like, that's not... Data mining and leaking are totally different. But people do the bad thing that he's talking about where, like, he's saying it's not that. People do break in and hack and actually find that information. That's just not what's happening in WoW.
And I didn't think people thought this until I was doing some research for this episode, but it is not looking through the game's source code. The data miners don't have the game's source code. It is also quite different from a straight up leak, in which case someone has been given some confidential information and then been careless with sharing that confidential information.
Or they hacked it.
Data mining is a very different thing. That's nothing being leaked. There's no like secret information being...
Has WoW ever been hacked? Like, has WoW ever been hacked and WoW information that was supposed to be released? I mean, it's been out for so long that the answer has to be yes, even if it's on a small scale. I just can't remember. I can't remember a scenario where that was a thing. In 2004, it happened all the time. Oh, yeah, I didn't play back then.
Handed off to Wowhead so they can put it on their website. It's literally just them looking at stuff that everyone has access to. And I can already hear someone saying, well, if everyone has access to this stuff, then doesn't that mean Blizzard wants it to be data mined? And no, not directly. That's not what that means. That's not how computers or really even the internet works. In order for Blizzard to have an alpha, a beta, a PTR, etc., the files for that game client essentially need to exist somewhere. They have to be put somewhere on the internet so that then they can be sent to the people that they're inviting to this alpha or beta or to anyone who signs up for the PTR.
Isn't that how private servers exist? I know literally nothing about how private servers exist. Was that in reference to the source code thing? Yeah, because you would need... Well, I mean, are those games actually OG WoWs or whatever expansion WoW's source code? Or are they private server devs write their own code? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Who knows?
So those files are just sitting on some server somewhere, and all data miners really do when it comes to like alphas and so on is watch those servers and see when new files appear. Now, yes, technically there are some things that Blizzard could do to make it a little bit harder for data miners to find those files instead of, you know, just uploading them to the same servers over and over and over again. But that would add a ton of work onto the Blizzard team, especially the live ops team. That would add a ton of work for them to deal with all of that. And on top of that, it would realistically only slow data miners down by like a day or two most of the time, tops. It really wouldn't actually have any effect, so not really feasible. They do encrypt some files, which effectively means that they can't be opened by data miners. But again, that would be a ton of work to try to do at a large scale to the point that it's basically impossible. I'll come back to that. So if Blizzard did...
This is good. He's got a really good presence. This isn't like ripped from his stream. It's well edited, and he's doing the YouTube look right into the camera thing, which actually I can't do.
Want to stop or slow down data mining, what options do they have?
Wait, Alejandro had a good comment. I'm not saying I'm a hacker, but I did accidentally click inspect. Yeah, so that's Alejandro.com is a bot in my chat, and sometimes he says he was on some shit like a month ago. I forget what he said, but there was a day in my channel where he was popping the fuck off.
And
he was
just
saying
to mention it
shit
off the top, yes, technically there is a section in the Blizzard EULA, the end user license agreement, that prohibits
he
data
roasted
mining,
Atlas earlier. Wait, let me see chat history. Let's see what he said. No, he didn't. Right? Oh, I can see now. Let's see. Yeah, Yeah, no, I'm seeing it right now. I'm going back in his chat history. When was I talking about Atlas? He basically called him a short king. Yeah, I can show you guys. I'm scrolling. Trying to find it. This is at 5:55. Oh, he posts like once a minute. I'm going to go way back. I think it was like an hour ago when we were talking about Atlas. Maybe even longer. Maybe even like way longer, right? Wasn't this post like an hour and a half ago almost? Anyways, I'm not going to go through all that. But apparently he called him a short king.
It does say that Blizzard can enforce that at their own discretion, which they've been pretty lax about for the last basically forever. And all that really allows them to do is terminate your use of the service, which basically just means banning you from the game. Banning someone from the game doesn't make it so that they can't data mine. It means that they can't log in, but they can still data mine just as much as they could.
Could you imagine if they banned you for data mining? That'd be insane.
The game files. It's just not how that works. And besides that, even
maybe
it probably makes the most sense for Blizzard to stay on good terms with data miners. So the fact that it's against the EULA is kind of a non-point. Another option for Blizzard is to have more streamed content. And I don't mean like watching it on Twitch TV. I mean content that is streamed to the game client once you are logged in and actually playing. You remember earlier when I said that most things are in the game files, but with some exceptions? The exceptions are things that get sent to the client while you're actually in and playing. They get downloaded to your computer as part of your actual play experience and not as a file that exists ahead of time until the game actually...
Wait, this is what apparently was said about Atlas. Oh my god. This is what the bot said. Looks like Atlas is not just a Giga Chad, but also a manlet. In parentheses, shorter than 5'7", he's got it all. Bro, no way. He posted it twice. Bro, no shot. I'm adding him in Discord. That's actually so good.
Sends it to you. And that can be really good for like small things that Blizzard really doesn't want.
Like the funniest part of all of it is the fact that he defines manlet. Like he's like also a manlet. That would be funny anyway, but then it's like, by the way, here's what a manlet is.
To be revealed until a moment where you actually come across it in the game, or for things like text dialogue, like you can send a text string from the server to the client really, really easily because that's very, very small. It doesn't take up much of a file size, but it really won't work for things like cinematics or 3D models and so on. Anything that's going to take a little bit of time to actually download that needs to be shown on demand as soon as it shows up won't really work for those because the game, they have to assume that people are on bad internet connections. And it would suck if someone who is on like a satellite internet connection out in the middle of nowhere kills a boss for the first time and can't see any of the drops because
I don't know why it was on such low quality.
Computer hasn't downloaded them yet. It's also the sort of system that kind of needs a bunch of infrastructure already in place for it to work. Like I don't think this works in Classic at all. I'm pretty sure that the tech that they need to do that does not exist inside the Classic client. This is pretty much a retail only thing. So something like not seeing the runes until you come across them for the first time wouldn't really be viable for something like Season of Discovery.
Oh, interesting.
But that said, there are things that at least in retail, I would like to see this a little bit more. Like maybe the trading post, for example, could be something where instead of most of it getting data mined ahead of time and like, oh, these are the things that are going to show up on the trading post sometime in the first half of the year or whatever. Maybe we could have more things that's like, okay, yeah, this will be on the trading post like tomorrow and everyone's client starts downloading it the day before or something like that.
This dude got fired? I don't think he got fired. He started working at TikTok right after he left WoW. And from the few people I know that started working at TikTok at that time, right when it was blowing up, is they were making dollars. I'm pretty sure, like my impression of the situation, I have spoken to him multiple times IRL since then, is the people who were working at TikTok at that time were getting hired from the gaming / tech industry, and they were making insane money.
But again, as cool as the idea of streaming...
Oh, what is it? I've heard him say he got laid off on stream. Oh, okay, I didn't know he got laid off. But he, either way, he went to a job that paid him significantly more money.
The data directly to your computer when you first come across it in the game actually is, that still is going to mean that stuff gets data mined as soon as it actually gets streamed to someone's computer anyway. And B, that it really isn't feasible for much of the game. They could consider...
What is it? Laid off equals fired? I guess technically, yeah. But like if someone gets fired, you assume they did something really wrong. And when someone gets laid off, you assume that they were doing their job just fine. Just that company decided they were going to get rid of a lot of employees, like without cause, basically. Which is really stupid, by the way. I don't know why companies... Do you guys know in a lot of countries, your business has to basically be filing for bankruptcy to legally be able to lay off a bunch of employees? And in America, you can just be having record profits and then also decide to just fire 1,000 fucking people. It's so dumb.
Encrypting more content. The encrypted content is stuff that is already on your computer, but it's isn't
fucking
something
dog
that
shit.
You're able to actually...
And guess, when all these employees are getting laid off, you guys think the executives are taking a pay cut too, right? To like get some more profits? Absolutely fucking not.
Open or see until you get the encryption
God, I
key
hate
that basically
all that shit.
decodes it and makes it into something that your computer can open and recognize. That is something that they do for things like cinematics, for example, where the cinematics are encrypted up until the point where you might encounter it in game. And that's something that can work well for short lists of files. Like a cinematic, for example, is one file that exists in the game, and they just say, okay, encrypt that file, and that's fine. If they were trying to do that for large swaths of content, it would be so much more difficult. Like imagine if they were trying to encrypt a new zone, for example, that they were planning to add in a new patch and they didn't want people to see it yet on the PTR or whatever. If they were trying to encrypt a whole zone, that would mean they need to encrypt a ton of textures, a ton of mobs, a ton of 3D models, a ton of quests, a ton of quest text, dialogue, so on and so. Like there's so many different individual pieces to what goes into something like that, that it would be absurd for them to be able to encrypt all of that.
So he's basically saying they can't. Like if they were gonna do like what we were saying before, like they're coming out with an expansion and we know the name of the expansion and we don't know anything else. We don't know any of the zones, any of the dungeons, the name of the raid, nothing. They kind of can't do that while also having a beta of any kind, even for you to try or at least they wouldn't be able to upload any of that information to a public beta. It would just be no beta whatsoever. And that's the only way that would be possible to do that.
But honestly, the biggest question really is, should Blizzard actually care?
No, they're saying they can, but it would take a lot of work. So why do it? I mean, he's kind of implying that it would be completely unreasonable.
Much about data mining. And in order to explore that, we need to look into the issues caused by data mining, as well as the benefits gained by allowing it to exist. Now, some of the issues I think are pretty apparent. Like spoilers is an easy and obvious big one where, yes, you could theoretically try to avoid them, but it's not always that easy to actually avoid spoilers. And then, whoops, you accidentally found out something that you wanted to be able to learn for yourself by playing the game, but instead you saw someone in general chat talking about it, or one of your guild members was really excited and mentioned it somewhere or something like that. But I think it's important to recognize just how much damage spoilers can actually do, especially when you're thinking about like narrative and like the flow of the story being told. There have been a lot of cases, for me at least, where I'll talk to someone who did manage to avoid story spoilers and they didn't see any cinematics in advance. They didn't look up any quest text or anything like that. And they played through the game and they're like, yeah, I actually kind of liked that story that went through there. It was a little weird in some spots maybe, but I felt like the story was good. But everyone who had looked up the spoilers in advance and watched the cinematics and so on were like, this doesn't make any sense. Nothing here makes any sense. And that is because
that makes sense.
Context is important when it comes to storytelling. A lot of the time, if something someone is doing doesn't make any sense, but you've skipped everything they've been doing up until that point, there probably was something along that way that made it make more sense. Like, here's a non-WoW example. Imagine you were watching Star Wars for the very first time.
Yeah, but exactly what you said in chat. It's the only people who are at fault in that scenario are the people who looked up that one thing and then had some crazy reaction to it. Also, insane pause face right now. Just legendary.
And you were starting with the original trilogy, as you should. And you've watched A New Hope, and then for some reason you decide to just go watch the last 30 minutes of Return of the Jedi, you'd be super confused and think the story didn't make any sense because, like, why are we destroying the Death Star again? I thought we already destroyed that. Ugh, did they just have another Death Star? That's stupid. Or, ugh,
okay,
why is
just
Luke
spoiling
so
Star
upset
Wars
about Darth Vader dying? This doesn't make any sense.
He
Vader's
died?
the bad guy. Ugh, the story is stupid.
Oh
like,
my God.
You skipped.
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that one time that Fired Up and Shaq were at my house, and I went AFK for a bit, and I was streaming, and Shaq came on my stream, and instead of doing anything else, pulled up a YouTube video of the last 10 minutes of, like, the last Narnia movie that came out, and he just spoiled the whole thing. He just spoiled the last Narnia movie to, like, 6,000 people. Instead of doing literally anything else. He just, no thought process, sat down and was like, I'm going to spoil Narnia.
All of the steps up until that point, you're missing out on some key plot points that then someone trying to explain to you afterwards, like,
so
oh, well, he's sad
weird,
because it's actually his dad, and there's a second Death Star because, like, the whole, like, second and third movie were about how they were building a new one to replace the old one that got destroyed, and so on and so forth. As that starts to just be explained to you after the fact, even if it's explained to you by going back and watching these films, it feels like an explanation for a weird thing that you encountered and not a story being told that leads to a conclusive end. Throw a quick caveat in there that's not me saying that every single story ever told in World of Warcraft would have been great if you didn't see the raid cinematic in advance. Not what I'm saying. Just saying that a lot of times you might have enjoyed it more than you did if you'd actually seen all the context first. And that lack of context,
yeah, that's obvious.
/ lack of a cohesive and complete item extends to things beyond just narrative development as well. Like, a lot of times you can hate a feature in advance because you saw, like, the broken initial, like, crappy version.
What is it? I kind of disagree. Spoilers should enhance interest in a story. At least it does for me. Interesting. I guess it depends on what kind of story it is. Like, if it's a story with a big twist at the end, I feel like that wouldn't be true. I'm trying to think of an example. Like, imagine watching the movie Seven, the movie from the 90s, if you guys have seen it, and knowing the ending, or The Usual Suspects, or, oh my God, fucking, oh my God, it's leaving my brain. Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Shutter Island, right? Or Fight Club, exactly, right? Like, I feel like there's no way you could get spoiled on those movies and watch it and still have the same impact that the first time you watched it. Like, impossible. There's no way.
Of it, and not the final version that it was
The Prestige, perfect example.
going
yeah.
to end up being. Sometimes it's possible that you might have actually liked a feature if you didn't have such a sour taste from it because of the bad initial version of it.
Which, by the way, every single movie that I just mentioned, if you have not seen any of those, you now have some entertainment tonight that you didn't think of before you came into the stream. You watch every single one of those movies is a fucking banger. Especially the two I mentioned. Dude, it's crazy. If you've watched both movies, it's crazy that The Usual Suspects and Seven, I think, came out in the same year. And then if you've seen both of them, obviously the correlation, fucking wild.
And the reverse can actually be true as well. And in fact, it's probably a bit more common, where you see, like, the shreds of something and you start trying to put pieces together and figure out what that could be and come up with an idea of, oh man, I bet this is what this thing is. And then later it turns out to be something completely different. And so you hate that feature because it's not what you expected it to be in the first place. I'll give you an example of what I mean. So way back in the Vanilla WoW days, before Burning Crusade ever came out in, like, 2006, like, we knew the Burning Crusade was coming and we were starting to learn some things about it, but we hadn't learned much yet. And early data mining had started to exist. There was a member of my raid group who was playing a tank, and he learned that resilience was going to be a thing, but hadn't gotten much details on what that actually was. So for some reason or another, he had gotten it in his head that resilience was going to replace resistances instead of it being the PvP reduced.
Wait 1 second. Do you ever see that video of a guy who hates Kevin Spacey and then his friends try to trick him into watching Kevin Spacey movies and they put 7 on? No, but that's such a strange... Like, the bit is like... I feel like that bit would get so obvious so fast. Like if you're the guy who hates Kevin Spacey and the common bit within your friend group is that they put on movies that have Kevin Spacey in it and they're like, hey man, want to watch a movie? He's probably like, oh, I wonder what it's gonna be. I bet you're gonna fucking put on a Kevin Spacey movie. Oh, he has to watch the whole thing. Yeah, it's a very specific bit, dude. It sucks that Kevin Spacey had to be an absolute fucking weirdo, because god damn is he a good actor. Like, just all that other shit aside, holy fuck is he an insane actor. But it's like, it's annoying now to like avoid content that he's in knowing that, because it's like super distracting, because like, holy fuck, he's a beast.
Damage thing that it was, his idea of what resilience was going to be was replacing all of your resist sets. And to a tank who is just coming off of Encourage progression.
Oh, true. How much of that is because he's a weirdo? I mean, yeah, actors are notoriously super
starting
weird.
to get into Naxxramas progression at the time. The idea of only needing one resistance,
I thought that got reversed. Oh, I'm not up to date on it.
For that person at the time, like, oh my god, this is going to be so much nicer. I just collect one resilience set and then I never need to worry about my resistances ever again. But as you know, that's not what resilience was. Resilience was instead damage reduction on your player in PvP. And that made him hate not just resilience, but the Burning Crusade in general. Like, he ended up not playing TBC at all.
Actually, people do kind of act like that. They'll hear like one thing and be like, that's ruining the expansion for me, kind of shit.
Because this thing that was never going to be resistance related in the first place wasn't resistance related. Now, you might call that a bit of an overreaction. I certainly would. And I don't know how he got it in his head that it was going to be resistance related in the first place. Like, I don't know where that initial thought came from.
Yeah, but people overreact to shit all the time without fully understanding it. Yeah.
But it's still a prime example of how you can come to really, really despise something because you thought it was going to be something different and it wasn't that thing. And even if you would not have cared.
That is also, yeah, but like, you're talking about data mining. Wouldn't you, if you had the insane overreaction, even if that was never leaked or spoiled or data mined, right? Because it sounds like that guy just gets mad no matter what. Like I feel like getting unreasonably mad about something that you don't even understand is like a super weird thing. Like, you're probably predisposed to having that happen to you.
Cared at all that it wasn't that thing. If you had just known what it was from the get-go. The fact that he thought it was going to be this other thing was enough for him to quit playing the game entirely. And the last sort of negative effect of data mining that I'll bring up before we move on to some of the positive effects is just generally the effects that it has on the way the game is designed. Blizzard basically has to design the game assuming that the majority of what they put into every alpha build, every beta build, and so on is going to get data mined, it's going to get posted, and people are going to find out about it. I mean, this is basic.
Holly Longdale tweeted about global release for 10.2.6. Oh, that's interesting. Is this her Twitter? I have no idea if this is her Twitter, but it's a response to Mr. GM. Not having a global release date for 10.2.6 doesn't feel good. True. We really wanted to. We discussed it a lot. This is like wearing 2 eye patches on a unicycle in rush hour. Exciting and unpredictable. We will all be learning together on this one. Well, very specifically, you will be learning 12 hours later, right? Not learning together. Unless they're watching Twitch, of course. Unless they mean this is all exciting and unpredictable, like releasing a patch without telling you what it is. Like wearing 2 eye patches on a unicycle in rush hour. What a phrase. Anyways.
basically why they added the dungeon journal to the game back during Cataclysm, was because prior to that, the way you learned how to kill bosses was by going and looking up the data mining on what every single one of their abilities did. And that put certain guilds at such a strong advantage, knowing what the boss fights were going into the ahead of time, that Blizzard basically had to then put something in the game that brought that advantage to people who weren't looking up the data mined information. Another much more recent example is phase 2 of Season of Discovery. A lot of people have levied the criticism that it feels like everything in phase 2 discovery wise was put in with the assumption that you were going to be looking it up online later on, and wasn't something that people were really expected to be able to find themselves. Now,
it's kind of true. I don't play Season of Discovery, but I totally vibe with that. Like, if things are so obscure that you would never find them on your own or interact, and it's like built with finding it online, it's kind of missing the point. I don't know exactly how it played out, but also they love secret finding. Like they love the like secret finding communities, and like the community working together and staying on track with finding out where stuff like that is. Like they love that. It's like maybe they were trying to get that vibe, but it just like didn't hit.
Really convinced that that's actually the case. I more think that they just kind of actually just messed it up a little bit in phase 2, and hopefully they don't do that again in phase 3. But I still think it's a fair guess to make as to why it worked out that way, because again, Blizzard does have to design the game assuming that people are going to look up data mining. But all of that said, there are some huge advantages that allowing data mining brings to the game and brings to the general play experience. Like the majority of the functionality on Wowhead, for example, exists because of data mining. And I'm not just talking about them.
I know what he's going to cook. He's exactly right.
Like the new hidden stuff in alphas and betas or whatever. I'm talking about like the ability to look up what a boss drops, the ability to check to see what items even exist, the ability to look up what's needed for a profession recipe if you don't have that profession. Like these are all things that having data mining existing makes it so that Wowhead can provide that as a service to the player. And yeah, a lot of that could feasibly be done without data mining, and in fact was done without data mining back in the like Thoughtbot Alakazam eras. But it would be way slower, way less accurate, and especially with how much things get hot fixed and streamed to the client these days. Some of the stuff that I was talking about earlier, like it used to be the case back in the vanilla days where things didn't really, like items didn't really change, quests didn't really change outside of a patch, which might have been every couple of months at most. Nowadays, things are getting changed constantly, and the ability to look in the game files to see what those changes are and immediately update these websites makes them so much more accurate and so much more useful to the player than if it was something where everything that occurred, you had to just wait until someone found it and manually updated a website about it. And even looking at unreleased...
What is it? People act like they love finding the runes and shit, but when Season of Discovery released, people were pissed when they couldn't find the meta rune within the first few days. I mean, we've talked about this before, but this is why they can't make any cool legendaries anymore. Like, if you think about the legendaries that people find so fascinating and they have the most nostalgia for, like Warglaves or Thunder Fury or Atish or whatever, Atiash, I don't know how you say it. The reason that they were so well known back then, especially Warglaves, was they were impossible to get. No one had these things, and they were super powerful, right? They couldn't do that now. Like, there's a reason that legendaries don't feel legendary, and it's because they can't do that. Like if the Strength Sword this patch was obscenely powerful, like better than Gavel, but like 5% of the people who played those classes had it or less, it's just a totally different game. Like, that would be unacceptable. Your class would be tuned around it. Those classes would probably be the best class in the game if they actually had it. That would be a problem. Like, people care so much about tuning now. Like, the game was unbelievably not tuned back then, but it was a different time in the game. It's not a WoW thing, it's a gaming thing. It's changed. So they can't really do that now. And it's kind of the same thing with what he's talking about, or with Season of Discovery, right? Like, people say they just want to find stuff and have a cool time, but like, even more people will be mad if it's not made available to them, but it's made available to someone else or like to other classes.
Content and things that have yet to come to the game. a lot of the early feedback about things that get seen in like alpha and beta data mining is still valuable. A lot of that feedback is still very, very useful to developers, even if it's like,
although we're gonna really, I think WoW is gonna go through a really interesting next couple of years, at least with everything that's following Season of Discovery and what people would refer to as Classic Plus. People have said that Season of Discovery is the beta for Classic Plus. I even think I heard some devs kind of give that relation at BlizzCon. But like, so many of the decisions in Classic Plus are trending more and more towards what retail is. And I think just mixing those ideologies, like, remember when Classic came out, it was all no changes. And then like over time they were like, okay, some changes, and then Season of Discovery is just like fucking change everything, right? But you even see it in there. Like back in the day in Classic, like shit was not tuned at all. At all. In Burning Crusade Classic and actual vanilla back in the day, nowhere close to tuned. Super not tuned well, right? And now it's the same thing. You see Classic players having the same behavior as retail, where they're like looking at the raid numbers on logs and they're like, this needs to be buffed, this needs to be nerfed, right? And that's just retail philosophy. There's a lot of Classic players who love Classic and hate retail, and they specifically cite that, but that just exists in Classic now because we're doing the same thing. It's just more evidence that the game, a lot of the stuff that those players blame retail WoW for, a lot of it is not a WoW thing. It is a gaming thing, and it is the gaming industry and gamers have just, they want different things in 2024 for better or worse than they did in 2004. And you're going to see things become a little bit more homogenized in that way, where it's been interesting, where the last couple of years it's been like, if you want the really, really easy content to give you the best gear in the game, if you want to like have that Classic feel, then that exists and people really like that. It's just going to be really interesting to see how the player base navigates Classic becoming closer and closer to retail, which is absolutely happening, right? Like that is happening, and that is going to happen over the next few years. And it's just going to be really interesting to see how that is, just how all of that goes down. I just think it's fascinating. What is it if Classic WoW came out today? Yeah, that's one stance that I feel pretty confident in. I don't have any nostalgia for WoW, and I know my opinion on the game is just subjective. It's my opinion. But I do believe if like, it's kind of hard to do the whole chicken before the egg thing, because like you're kind of assuming retail exists exactly as it is in its current day, but then you're assuming that Classic never happened, but Classic happening is the reason retail is where it is today. Like, I mean like OG WoW, not like when they re-released it as Classic. I should just call it vanilla, whatever. But like, if the version of Classic WoW that was super popular got released today, it would be, and there was no nostalgia factor. This is not something that people remember doing when they were a kid. I mean, no one would do that shit. People would play it. It would just be significantly less popular and probably wouldn't be worth the investment.
Something that they've already kind of decided they didn't like how this spell existed or whatever, and they were already kind of planning on changing it. Even in those cases, it's helpful for them to know that people also would like them to change that spell. And while it's fairly easy to come up with examples of something being seen a bit too early, and that,
well, no, I mean, it would get a little bit more credit, because you have to keep in mind that a lot of reaction to WoW also comes with 20 years of an unhealthy relationship with a game feelings. Like if retail was being made by a brand new company, the reaction to everything they're doing would be totally different than a lot of people having a long history with that company. It's pretty universal. Same thing in League, like another game that's been out for a super long time. That like kind of comes with the territory.
Being a problem for whatever reason. Most cases aren't like that. The majority of cases of something getting data mined is something where it's like, okay, well, this spell has changed just slightly, and people can give feedback on that change if they want to. And having that sort of glimpse at changes and new things being added helps a lot with giving testers some sort of like direction towards the things that they want to go find in game and see how they work. Like if you see data mining that shows this new item that exists and you're like, hey, that's an interesting item, that makes you want to go and do the thing that gets you that item, so that then you can try that item and see how it actually works out.
Look at that message in chat. I done cooked the air right out of my goddamn nuggies.
practice and actually go through and test
Just
all
living
of this
in their
stuff.
own world.
There are
Yeah,
a
I
lot
love
of
that.
players where if they like, they're not going to just
Poor
go
nuggies,
through
man.
and check every single tooltip on all their spells and see if things are different. If they didn't know
God
that some of their
damn.
spells were changed, or they didn't know that this new thing was in this build or whatever, they might never get around to testing it at all. So it does actually, having the data mining exist does actually, at least in my opinion, does provide a bit more of an impetus for people to actually participate and test these things, which in turn...
It also just absolutely leads to a better product on launch, right? Like, regardless of what you think about Blizzard, like, if something is data mined and the community is able to give, like, for a patch, right? Like, let's think rogue changes, right? Rogue changes in 10.2. Rogue changes come out, there's a bunch of feedback given, and then they make it better, and then they do it. Like, that same process probably happens, but it's probably just later into the patch. And when the patch releases, you're getting a worse quality product because turns out combining dev creation and community feedback together leads to a better product, right? And I'm trying to think of a scenario where, I mean, I don't know, it would still be so cool if we got this shit at the same time, but it does. And like people too, like imagine you're a rogue main. We'll use the rogue thing again. Imagine you're a rogue main and like the new patch is coming out, but you know nothing about it. Maybe you don't make a plan to actually start playing the patch because you're like, I don't know, it's just another WoW patch. But then you actually learn that rogues got reworked and all of the class trees are significantly better. And I mean, all the rogue specs were good this patch, but that's because, and they all play better than they used to play too. So like, it's just, if you're a rogue main, the fact that it was data mined or announced in some way that rogues are going to get a rework this patch, that may have changed your, like, oh, I'm going to play this patch now because I know that. But then also, maybe you're like kind of paying attention from the side and someone's like, wow, rogues are different this patch. Then you're like, okay, I'm going to fucking log in. But then you haven't like fully prepared for it. Maybe you didn't ask off work to spend some time. You know what I'm saying? Like it does, like having that info ahead of time, regardless of having the actual info of how it's reworked, but even knowing that information can be valuable to someone.
Helps Blizzard in the development process. And it's also worth noting that seeing this data mine stuff, at least on like a broad stroke spectrum, helps players feel a bit more informed on where development of the game is going. Like, WoW is a huge game. And I can tell you from prior experience doing that, trying to communicate every single change that happens and trying to communicate literally everything that's being worked on at every point in time.
Well, it's also not necessary.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
There's no future in which that is possible.
People wouldn't even want that.
So having this sort of like glimpse.
I think in general, like more communication is always good, even if they're making a change explaining why. But like the whole like, oh, just explain everything is not only not practical, but people also wouldn't even want that.
Of here's where things are at right now. This snapshot of like, here is what is changed from the last time you saw an update does at least help some players get a better understanding of how to...
That's so funny. Someone did a bit, rogue main implies professional, pros ruin the game, just as a bit, right? And then someone like responded to you as like unironically.
Development on the game is progressing. It's just very, very important
two
to
people.
never assume that whatever you see
so
in an alpha or beta is obviously the direct and final choice that Ian himself handed down to exactly how this should be, and this is going to be the final version of whatever it is you see. Obviously, you can still make some assumptions based on how things are working out, and you can look in the broad strokes, like I said. Just try to not panic so much when something seems a little bit weird, especially when it's like the first that it's hit a PTR or hit an alpha or a beta or whatever.
What is it? 10.2.6 is a great example of this. A lot of my friends have no idea that this content is supposedly really good. Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same thing as the patch, right? So, like, let's just say this comes out next Tuesday now that they've announced it, and it is really good. Like, I mean, good content is good content. Whether something succeeds, regardless of how it's announced, like, good content prevails. That's the only thing that matters. But if it's really, really good, and imagine someone would want to do, they have some PTO and they really want to take some time off to play the game. And if they knew this thing was coming out and they knew about it ahead of time, they would have done that. And then it comes out and it's sick and they're like, oh, I can't really play it. I could see there being bad feelings from that, right? Dorky said people would 100% be mad if they knew what the 10.2.6 content is ahead of time. You think so? I think they would be excited. You think they would be mad? I mean, I can think of some doomer things right off the bat, but I mean, like, that's literally everyone. I think people would just be excited. Like, I could see the mad people being mad because people are always mad. You remember what you're... Yeah, I know, but that's just doomer shit. Like, for example, they could say all of that, but if it's good, then none of that matters and they'll log in and play, right? Like, it literally doesn't matter. It's just like, it's just typical WoW dooming. That's all it is.
Because usually that just means they haven't gotten around to iterating on it yet. So circling all of this back and sort of closing the loop on the question of, do I, as a player, think that data mining is ultimately a good thing or a bad thing for World of Warcraft? I think as all of it washes out, it trends towards being a good thing. I think the positives outweigh the negatives. There's definitely examples of things that I wish were not data mined and were. There's definitely examples of things where I genuinely think the public reaction to something would have been more positive if bits and pieces of it hadn't been data mined and presented out of context as a result. I definitely think that's all very true, but I still think at its core, the advantages that data mining brings to the game and the positives that result from having things like Wowhead available to people, that outweighs the negatives that can occur from time to time. Anyway,
I think I would agree with that. Like, I want to see the game like that, but he mentioned this earlier about like how Wowhead is designed. Like, if data mining didn't exist at all, you also wouldn't have like resources to go in and look at a thing's percentage drop rate or where to get this transmog thing. Well, I mean, you could definitely still do that, right? It just wouldn't be something you could for sure pull up in the game files. It would just be done by repetition. I don't know. I'm fine either way. I think in general, I think the difference is probably not enough. Like, knowing that PTR and data mining, all of that is going to give you higher quality thing. I think that's the thing I care about the most, just how good the game is, right? But that surprise would be so fucking cool. Of like truly everything being like, you don't even know what the raid is called, what the boss's names are, what the dungeons are, what the zone is, any of that. Like, that would be super cool, but if it means that the game is just overall lower quality because that whole testing cycle didn't exist, I just don't think that's worth it. Like, regardless of what other games do what, this game would... I mean, it's just going to be higher quality. Any game would just be higher quality, I think, with public testing and community feedback more consistently, honestly, right? But there is value in there being that surprise. I don't know. I think I care too much about the gameplay loop of a patch to think that it without that would be better. What is it? Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example. 3 years of early access and it's fucking amazing. Wait, what? Baldur's Gate 3, before it like popped off on Twitch and was super popular, you could have played it 3 years in early access all the way up until that point? Dude, I feel like... But only Act 1? I still feel like that almost proves this point. I feel like that almost, at least to me, that is a huge piece of information going towards having that kind of input doesn't necessarily ruin the surprise of something, because just no one had that take when Baldur's Gate 3 came out. But also, you're not able to see what 3 years of what the game would have been like without 3 years of early access. You would assume it wouldn't be as good. There's no way 3 years of early access added nothing of quality to the game. That's just, I mean, that would be nonsense of a statement. But also, early access is weird. Like, early access, when done right, is good. But there are games who get away with basically releasing a full game, but just labeling it as early access so they can get away with having some stuff not work. And then continuing to receive investment. And then they eventually, like, release it. This was a big thing back in, like, 2018. I remember just every game was doing this. Where they were just releasing unfinished games. But they were actually releasing it, but, like, collecting money for it before it was good. I don't know. It's a big thing now still. I feel like it's not as big as it used to be, at least. Yeah, all those BR games did it. Escape from Tarkov is still in beta, and they are selling a new game already. That's probably in a perfect example of that, yeah. What a laugh. Wait, did I do a weird laugh? Did I do the like little girl laugh? I do that sometimes when something's really funny. I have a few different laughs, actually. Depends on the situation. Sometimes I giggle like a little girl, though. It's nice. That's when I think something's real funny. I cackled. Oh, I do have a witch cackle laugh. There is a soundbite in our Discord of me having a witch cackle laugh. Anyways, great video from Lore. Shout out. I'll give him a sub. I didn't know he was making YouTube content. Looks like he stopped like a year ago and he was doing some like Metroid Dead YouTube stuff. And then looks like 3 months ago he came out and has been doing Warcraft YouTube content to decent success, couple thousand viewers, and then still slamming it. Artificial intelligence and World of Warcraft development. Wait, we might have a few goodies here. Yeah, you guys should go visit his channel. This guy's an OG WoW guy. Here you go. Lore was one of the OG WoW YouTubers. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Why I'm not playing Dragonflight yet. Phase 2, first impressions. Mainly Season of Discovery based. And then some hero talent takes. Okay. I fuck with it, dude. That's cool. Oh, he did a Nomergon Season of Discovery raid guide, and it actually hit the algo. All right, anyways. I'm going to dip and do some other shit, but I want to host someone who was up since 10 a.m. waiting for this information because I feel like they deserve it. Who's still live that was waiting all day for the info? Go raid Devo Lore. Oh, is he streaming? Oh, yeah, let's hit him up. Let's do that. That's an easy lore host. He's not playing retail, but I mean, we just watched his video, so shout out him. Let's do it. Devo Lore. Is that his name on Twitch? Yeah. All right. I'm going to do some yoga and hop on the bike for like an hour. I'm going to take an ICB, take a little sauna, and then I'm going to go to bed. And then tomorrow we're going to review some hero talents. All right. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right. All right. See you guys later. Amen. Good luck. Hello.